Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Are you ready for day one? Yeah. Thank you so much. I would love to welcome you to Africa Stocking Summit 2023, day one. For those who were here yesterday, it was a really great experience, and today is gonna be better. So I would like to introduce an amazing team from Africa Stocking. They are all here, most of them actually. And one amazing thing is they're gonna talk about us, especially our technology and products, as well as our culture, which is amazing. Please give it up for the Africa Stocking in the house. I don't want to take much of your time since you have started a bit late, past the hour. I would love to introduce one and only our CEO, defunctor, Mr. Paul Wamala. Give it up for Paul once more.
Good morning to everybody. And before MK goes, I think we want to just first of all appreciate these guys. MK, Sylvia, Graham, and ideally the DevRel team, the marketing team, the admin team. Please, let's just give a round of applause to these guys. Yeah, so I know most of them have not slept. They've not. Graham has probably not slept for the last 2 days. MK, Sylvia, I don't think she slept. So thank you guys. It's a good start. It's a good event you guys have done. So yeah, congratulations to you guys. Yeah, so good to be back here in Nairobi University. As it's been said, I'm the CEO of Africa Stocking. So there's a group CEO, Sam Bikandi. I don't think he's here, but he'll probably be here at some point. Yeah, but really happy to be back here. I think a few years ago I used to be across the road, American Wing, and rarely did I stand on this side. I used to be on that side. So very happy to be back here, and I've not met any of my lecturers. I don't know what they'd say once they see me here. Yeah, but really happy to be back here. So I think my work today here is just to welcome you guys to the summit. The idea started last year, I think about same time last year. And the plan was, after COVID, everything had gone remote. The country teams, so Africa Stocking is in we have about 17 markets where we are incorporated. So the plan was, how do we reactivate the 17 markets? So we do this thing whereby for a whole week, the CS, CR team, marketing team, engineering team would go to a country and try and kind of just reactivate the market. So that's how we started last year, and it really worked well. The first market we went to was, I think it was Kigali. From the meeting in Kigali, I think immediately 1 month later, we had about 10% increase in revenues, and our usage on the API was it went up by about 20%. We went to Dar es Salaam. Actually, we started with Dar es Salaam. We went to Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam was even better. I think Dar es Salaam had like 50% increase in terms of how many people were consuming APIs. So from that point, we said, okay, it's a good idea. Let's see what we can do with this summit. Yeah, so this is how the summit came up. And the goal of the summit is we have 3 things that we wanted to just make sure we can do from the summit. First was Africa Stocking turned 13 this year. Of course, turning 13, there's a lot that a 13-year-old probably, right now a 13-year-old knows quite a bit. But there's a lot that we've learned from those 13 years that we wanted to share with the ecosystem. And I think for most of you who've seen what's been going on in the ecosystem, companies are starting, they're dying, companies are being founded and dying. So we thought this is a good chance for Africa Stocking to actually just create a platform where guys can be able to meet, speak about the problems they have and the solutions they have. So this summit is supposed to be that forum where we can start having these conversations. How do we support the African ecosystem? For Africa Stocking, for example, our legal team is compliant in 17 markets. Being compliant in 17 markets is not easy. There's GDPR, there's data laws and all that. So for anybody doing a startup, anybody who's starting off, of course, that's knowledge that maybe nobody is going to teach you. But just by sitting with Karuga, who's our head of legal, you're definitely able to get to know what's happening. We do CR, customer success and customer experience in 54 markets. Like if you woke up today at 2 a.m. and went to a chat, maybe nobody is going to respond at that particular point, but within an hour or 2 hours, somebody is going to respond. So how do you do that as a startup in this ecosystem? How do you do that across the 54 markets? So part of the summit was how do we share this knowledge with the ecosystem? How do we empower the ecosystem? Just looking back in 2019, just before COVID, the company started something called AT Labs. At the height of it, we had about 20 companies that were using Africa Stocking. I think there was a company called Mteja. Mteja is one of the, I think they'll be speaking probably tomorrow. So Mteja is Africa Stocking sister company. So whatever Africa Stocking offers, they offer plug and play. So at the height of it, we had about 20 companies using Africa Stocking. And there's quite a lot that we learned just from doing that, because it was kind of like a startup. It was a lab that allowed you as a founder just to come with your idea, and then Africa Stocking will do everything for you. So we'd pay your salaries, would help with the legal, would help with the compliance, would help you build, would help you deploy. So there's quite a lot we learned from that season. Of course, COVID happened and we had to shut it down at some point, but that resolve has still been in us, that what can we do for the ecosystem and just make things much better. So that's one of the goals from this summit, just making sure that everybody who's starting a company, anybody who's in this ecosystem can get all the help that they need. Whatever Africa Stocking is able to share, we definitely love to be able to share. So today we've closed the office, there's nobody in the office. Everybody's here. We have our customer experience team there, we have our legal team, our engineering team, product teams, the marketing and dev team here. So anything as a startup, anything you'd want to know about how to make it in 54 markets, the entire team is here. We have the people team and the people and culture team here as well. I know most people usually like the culture in Africa Stocking. We don't have hierarchy. In fact, I'm here as on behalf of the company. We don't have structure. We're kind of like a flat structure team company. So a lot of people usually wonder, how do we do this? We are a team of about 70 people in 54 markets. So how do you do a flat structure in 54 markets? How do you hold people accountable? And all that is thanks to the people team. So there's a lot for us to share. So please don't leave here feeling, learn as much as possible from the team that's here. The other thing that we wanted to do is, the second thing is create a platform for the speakers. So yesterday we met with the speakers. We had a dinner with the speakers in the evening. And it was interesting. One of the speakers came to an Africa Stocking hackathon, I think this year, and he presented, and from that presentation he got a job. The interesting thing that he said that impressed all of us was he's paid in dollars. Most of us are not paid in dollars. So he got a company, this company, just from him presenting at Africa Stocking Summit, this company was like, oh, this guy is really good. We like what he's doing. And he actually didn't interview for that job. They were just like, from what you did, from the presentation you did, you're good. So come on Monday, report to work. So I think for us, this platform is also supposed to help create such kind of conversations so that you can show what you do. And hopefully there's people in the room who are going to be able to say, okay, let's see how we can work with these guys. So that's the second thing. And then, of course, the third thing is we wanted to tell our story. We've been in existence for 13 years. And there's a high likelihood most people have consumed our products. Actually, the interesting thing is, if you were to walk to any country in Africa, there's a high likelihood an Africa Stocking product has been consumed in that country. So it's an amazing feat that we have done as a country, as a company for 13 years, but we've not given people an insight into how we do our operations on a day-to-day basis. So this summit was supposed to also give that insight into what we do on a day-to-day basis. So as part of telling the story, I'd want to welcome the first team just to come and tell their story. And also, I want to recognize our group CEO and co-founder and everything, Mr. Samuel Dupandi. Yeah, again, as I told you guys, we don't have hierarchy, we don't have bureaucracy. If it was a different event, probably I'd be here saying, ladies and gentlemen, Group CEO Africa Stocking, I don't know who, but yeah, that's Africa Stocking for you. So yeah, I think I'd want to welcome the first person to tell the Africa story. That's the messaging team. So messaging is one of our key products in Africa Stocking. So you have messaging, you have SSD, voice, and airtime. So we'll have Deborah speaking a bit about what we do on a day-to-day basis for the messaging product.
All right, good morning to everybody. I hope you're all doing well today, and thank you very much, Paul, for just taking us through that. And I think I'm here to just continue the story of Africa's Talking. Like my colleague Paul said, so my name is Deborah, and at Africa's Talking, I work with the messaging team. Messaging is one of the products Africa's Talking offers. Actually, the first product Africa's Talking actually launched with. And with messaging, we started off actually as a plug and play. So we started off sometime in 2010, and of course, this story is told by a lot of people who have been, carrying this journey with us, and I'm just here to, speak on behalf of all these people. So messaging did start in 2010, and we started as a plug and play, like I mentioned. Up until the journey went up until 2013, yes, when we did our first direct integration, and this was to Safaricom. We started in Kenya, of course. This is the headquarters. This is where we started off with the business. So yeah, we started with Safaricom, and then we later integrated with Airtel and Telkom, but this was through third-party connections. We did not have a direct connection yet, unlike Safaricom, up until sometime in 2015 for Airtel and 2017 for Telkom. That's when we're able to, gain direct connections and just be able to support connectivity directly through those mobile networks. After that, I think we're thinking about obviously expansions and how can we continue to make our footprint stronger. As the name mentioned, Africa's Talking, we wanted to just continue talking in Africa, so not only Kenya. And that's when we first went to Uganda and Tanzania in 2015, again, through aggregators. Then in 2016, we did Nigeria, again, through a third-party connection. So in 2017, that's when Africa's Talking was finally able to establish direct connections, not only in Kenya, but also now in Nigeria, in Uganda, in Tanzania. And I think that really marked a milestone for us because, we are no longer just able to support our businesses, our developers through third parties, but we've been able to get direct connections in these markets. And what took us some time to get to that point, and I think Paul just mentioned on this, is the process of licensing. And, that can be a headache, but I think once we're able to just, cross that milestone, I think it was a huge one for us as Africa's Talking. We're able to get better delivery, get better support from telcos. So, yeah, that was, part of the story. So I think right after that, in 2018, we had, covered East Africa pretty well, covered a bit of West Africa. And in 2018, we now just took the initiative to do expansion. So that's when we started going into Ghana, and again, still some other countries were still using aggregators, not doing a direct connection. So we were going into Ghana, we're going into South Africa, we're going into Zambia and such markets. And I think we had a huge expansion team who just did a good job in terms of building connections with either third parties or even with other mobile operators there. So that's how we were able to kind of just put our footprint across Africa and actually offer this communication platform, which, I think we want to say we are really proud of. So between 2018, 2020, I think that's most of what we gave a focus to. And in 2020, we decided to launch WhatsApp, which is part of the offering we give, which is not only bulk SMS and two-way SMS, it's a part of chat APIs. So what WhatsApp was doing for us is just to give rich communication. I think we had gotten a lot of feedback from our clients who, try to engage with our customers around enhancing the experience, the challenges you get from telcos in terms of delivery reports, or you maybe, user just being out of reach. And I think WhatsApp as a chat API was, going to help us with this. So yeah, that's what we did in 2020. That's one of the milestones we crossed as messaging. Over to the next slide. So yeah, this is just, I think if you're a dev, a business who's been on our API reference page, you've been able to see, just how SMS works and what we, basically do and, pride ourselves in is to offer robust APIs that just offers a seamless integration to your system so that you're able to communicate with your end users and customers are able to just engage back with you. So that's just a bit of that. Next slide. Yeah, so again, like I mentioned, so with the connections in 2018, we really, and up to now, we really try to make sure we are, putting our footprint all over Africa. So that if today we get someone and they want to engage, with users in a particular market, we are able to do that for you across all the 54 countries we have in Africa. Currently, we have over 210 direct connections, and that's something we're still working on. So it means in a country like Kenya, we have direct connections to all the networks in Uganda, in East Africa, and we're still just building our relationships to just build more on that. Something else we do with our connections is we offer multiple integrations. So we offer SMPP protocols, we'll offer HTTP direct calling, we offer SDKs and all the major languaging programs. So all the devs want to engage with us. This is definitely part of what we have for you to explore. This is just a picture just to reiterate, that we can support you all over Africa. Yes, I think at this point we just want to talk about, categorization of messages, and why this is important is, aside from just sending a message, you just want to make sure you're using a reliable connection, messages are getting delivered at a success rate that's actually valuable to your business. Of course, with messaging, there's a cost to it, so you really want to make sure you're getting utmost value from the cost you put into sending these messages. Hence why we just want to delve a bit into some of the ways you can ensure you do get the utmost value from using the messaging product. So what this means is currently messages are categorized into different categories, and that's either local and international. And what this does for you is a local connection enables you to pretty much engage with local users who are based in a particular country, and the business is also incorporated in that country. So what a local connection will always offer you is definitely better pricing, definitely a faster connection and reliability, because you're kind of sure about these numbers and the people who are engaging with your product there. Well, the international gateway is, for companies. So think about companies like Uber, Google, who are international companies, but want to engage with, let's say, customers right here in Kenya. Of course, they'd have to be put on the international bind just because, they don't have an incorporation here, but they do need to do business here. So, of course, they'll be put on the international bind. And I think it's just, around operators trying to get value also for their business. So that would be the first difference. So when you come in and you, want to raise a sender ID, which is an alphanumeric that will be able to help you send these messages, some of the things is we'll just check through your use case, check through what type of content you're sending, check through your business. Is it local? Is it international? And that's one way we are able to help you figure out, where you'll be placed, how to actually get better success rates. Next, yeah. Another categorization when we move from local and international is either transactional or promotional messages. So transactional messages, are just sent to the primary focus of, providing critical messages. So think about your bank sending you notifications. I think nowadays, even when you try to go to hospital and on insurance, you need to get that OTP from your insurance provider. You can get flight confirmations. And I've just tried to list down, some of the examples and use cases you can think about when using messaging as a product. You can do OTPs. I think think that's a huge case we have with some of our clients. You can do order confirmations, and transactional messages are typically, like I've just mentioned, they're for security, compliance, and they just focus on providing essential information. So the good thing about transactional messages is usually, I think right now with operators trying to be strict around allowing their users to either opt in into receiving a message or opt out of receiving a particular message. So they give you this option of, give us a use case, give us how you intend to use this service so that we can make sure you're not just spamming users or, just giving messages they did not consent to. So that's a huge characteristic of transactional messages, and that's also another bit we use when engaging with our customers, just to figure out what's your use case, how do you want to make sure you're actually getting better success rates, and I guess if your business falls around some of the use cases listed there, you're able to easily be whitelisted on a transactional bind, and that gives you better delivery just because of the exempt from being opted out from a send ID, for example. Yes, so the second categorization is promotional messages. So as the name suggests, this is usually just to promote services, to do marketing, and it could be around just some of the use cases, again, I've highlighted there. So businesses sometimes would find they have both angles. They want to send transactional, they want to send promotional, because aside from maybe just, a flight giving you a confirmation, they want to tell you maybe they're having discounts, so book your flights around this time, right? So for such messages, again, because I guess we're just going into the age where there's data, there's privacy, and you just want to make sure you're just not, engaging people who have not consented into this. What happens is mobile network operators nowadays allow you to have a promotional send ID. So you find in most instances with this, it will allow users to either opt out. So if someone has opted out of this, they don't necessarily receive these messages, and that just becomes a challenge with it. But I think it's good for your business to always just keep, talking about what they are doing, talking about how you can get value from them, just giving you either ideas or discounts or marketing messages. I think that's the whole point of promotional. Yeah, so that's another bit where, again, when you come to us and you want to engage with messaging, we'll just check into your use case and advise you where you'll best be placed, so that you can also know what to expect in terms of analyzing your data, analyzing your reports. So yeah, that's a bit of the use cases right there. Right, so we come to messaging, and you might ask yourself, okay, why do I need to come to Africa's Talking? Why do I need to pick messaging as a service? What do I get from using us? I think one thing we really thrive ourselves in as a company, as a product, is to make sure we are reliable. I think for anybody who's going to pay for anything, they need to get that value from what they're paying for. So we make sure we are reliable, and we make sure, we've made good connections with telcos, and what that helps us is even getting priority routes, and that gives you better delivery reports, better delivery rates, because I think that's something anybody would want, I guess, when you're trying to analyze some data into some, messages you've sent out. You probably want to see more success rates than any failed rates. So we give you timely delivery reports, so you're able to set up a callback URL and get real-time analytics. We also offer message queuing, which is, I think we can offer about up to around 500 and plus over 500 plus messages per second, which you can deliver, so you don't have to worry about having delayed delivery. Something else we also offer around this is you're able to top up your account and use this amount without expiry. So you don't have to worry about, okay, I'm topping up this amount and I have to consume it between, let's say, a month because it's going to expire. So yeah, that gives you the leeway to only use the money on your stash whenever you need to. And the higher you top up, the better discounts you get. Also, that's just a value proposition we also extend to our clients. Just aside from that, I think, like we mentioned, we have a very, what I'd call, able team. And I think most of the people who sit in Africa's Talking, one way or another, interact with clients. So from either the CR team, the CS team, tech support, finance. I think every angle, admin, every angle interacts with the client one way or another. So one thing we also thrive in is to support you. I think whenever our clients are either stuck, just need a resolution to something, just need to check on feedback around something, even just give us insights into what we can do better. That's one thing we love to do. We love to collect feedback. We like to build for what makes sense for our community. Yeah, so who are our customers? These are just a few. Again, I think, like you all know, SMS is widely used, so there's many use cases. But we have a lot of customers in the clean energy sector. We have a lot of customers in the fintech sector, health tech. We have resellers. We have people in the agri-tech space. We have people doing e-commerce, and their use cases are just more of those vast examples I had mentioned earlier, and this is just but a few of the clients who are using us. And you do get, I guess, like for people maybe just to pick on Jacaranda Health, people like Zipline who are clients, just how critical those messages are for them to deliver. And I think that's why we believe SMS still has a long way to go in terms of exploring the country, giving value to users. So that's just a bit of our customers, and maybe at this point we're just to give you a bit of what we are thinking about as a product, what's the roadmap we're trying to take. Yes, I think I'd mentioned we have currently over 210 direct connections. In as much as we still cover the whole of Africa, we still have a long way to go in terms of getting direct connections. So that's one of the things we really want to give a focus to, increasing our direct coverage. Something else we really want to do is incorporating AI and machine learning, into our systems. And I think this will really help us in terms of, taking you back a bit to where I was talking about categorization of messages. So sometimes you'll come in and find, okay, a customer is complaining about messages failing, and we're trying to just address that with them. But what we're trying to do is incorporate AI so that it can easily pick out and say, probably we are getting a firewall that's blocking the word OTP in your messages. Do you want to change this so that it just automates this process? And there's like a faster turnaround time in terms of resolving issues. So that's one of the things we're looking to. The third one is just building an omni-channel. And what you want to do is currently, again, you might be going through your database and find out there's a particular number you're constantly engaging with. Either it's consistently failing or you never get a response from them. But probably you've engaged them via WhatsApp, and you find maybe they're actually more active via WhatsApp. So we want our system to be able to just reroute and kind of tell you this particular number, you'll get better engagement if you engage with them via WhatsApp. So that's something we also want to do. Yeah, so that's just a bit about messaging, and we'd be happy to just speak to you guys more in terms of what you want to do. We know a bunch of you have already engaged probably with our documentation. You know a bit about messaging, but we are happy to just hear more from you, support you in any way you need. And this is just some of the details on how you can engage with us. And I think before I step out, I think maybe just to mention again, there's a team we work with as messaging, so I'll just like to probably request Pauline to say hello. That's Pauline. She sits in the client relations team, so she's able to help you with onboarding. She's able to help you with pricing conversations. There's Paul, who also just supports also the team from the technical aspect in terms of just managing and spearheading the product. There's Mark there, he helps our team in Uganda as well. And I think everybody, one way or another, touches into messaging. There's our legal team. I'll probably have to mention everybody if I go this way, but thank you all for listening in, and we're looking forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Just a fun fact. So today in the morning, I think we added a new integration to AfriCell Gambia. So we now have 211. I know Cynthia is going to deploy it at some point. So, but it's live, so you can count it as 211. So for messaging, we've been sending messages for quite a bit. I think every year we send about 3 billion messages on Safaricom only. So there's a high likelihood you have received, anyone in this room has received an SMS from Africa Stocking. So small team, small company, but doing really great things. So thank you so much, messaging team. The next team I'll invite is the SSD team, which is, I think you have all spoken to Yvonne. If you've ever had any issues with your SSD, you've definitely spoken to Yvonne or Wavinya. So Yvonne, please, this is your, So Yvonne loves Burna Boy. If anybody has a ticket for a Burna Boy concert, please make sure you can get Burna Boy. Yes, something else we've been doing at Africa Stocking for the last 1 year is working on mental health and wellness. So, it's really the key, learning about that. especially the last 2 weeks coming up, setting up this summit has not been easy. But Graham is still laughing, so you can see there's a lot of wellness and mental health that we've done. But I think something really interesting that we've learned about it is just what boundaries does for conversations. I think if you're an African, there are no boundaries. You grow up without boundaries. You grow up, anybody can just enter your space and all that. But something interesting with that in the company is just boundaries. Things like saying, hey guys, after 6 I'm not available. Or something like, hey guys, I'm an idol, so send me emails at 11, I'm okay. Send me emails at 10 in the morning, you're not find me. So it's really helped us a lot. We are quite a small team again, 70 people across all markets, handling all the countries. For you to go to do that at such a scale, there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of collaboration that needs to happen. And for us to get to that point, it's taken us a lot. The COVID really messed things up. Because COVID got us to the point where we had just expanded into, I think we expanded into 15 countries at once. So we have Mark in Uganda, I think Mark was somewhere. So we had Uganda, we had Tanzania, we had Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe. And all of a sudden we were told we can't go to the office. So it took a lot of just people working on themselves and understanding, okay, how am I accountable to the company and how can the company help? So I think even as we're here, please, we want to learn more about wellness, mental health. The team is here. We usually have the Australian is a group CEO's wife.
She's prompted from the MNO end, and then you proceed with the session. But then there's also what we have, which is USSD pool or user-initiated USSD, where the end user initiates the session. So when an end user dials a USSD code, if they belong to Safaricom, for example, that traffic will be forwarded to Safaricom or Airtel or Telcom or the respective network. It will hit the telco's USSD gateway, and on the telco's end, they basically have their own configuration knowing which codes belong to which CSPs or which aggregators. Then they will forward to the respective PRSP, which in this case would be Africa Stocking. Then Africa Stocking would forward this USSD request to our client's application. So within that request, there are a couple of parameters that we will share, which is basically a session ID, the unique identifier of the session, the phone number of the user who initiated that session, the network code, which is the network that they actually belong to, any user input that was entered during the session, and lastly, the service code, which is the USSD code that they dialed. So yeah, so that's the request response cycle until the end user basically completes the session or they are timed out by the telco. Yeah. So as a product, there are a couple of attributes that we can attribute to it. One being simplicity. USSD is a very simple text interface that you probably have interacted with a lot of times. Maybe when you're making a payment using the M-Pesa USSD code, you see how simple it is and it just gets the job done. Then, of course, USSD is very reliable. Most of the telco USSD gateways are up reliable. Yeah. So USSD is also quite dynamic. There's a couple of use cases that you can definitely achieve via USSD. They're quite endless. So when you think about a back and forth, anything that you can do via your mobile app, you can most definitely do the same via USSD. USSD is quite convenient. As long as you have a mobile phone and you just have good network connectivity, you should be able to access whatever service you want to access. There's the ultimate trust with 2G services, and USSD being a 2G service definitely falls in that category. USSD is session-based. Again, an end user initiates a session, and the back and forth happens within a session, which is definitely time-bound. And of course, a huge advantage, you do not require any internet access. So somebody like me, I hardly use mobile apps where I can use USSD. So with my bank, I interact with USSD and a couple other services that I access. So I mostly use USSD, again, maybe because I'm biased. So with the products being quite simple means that there are a couple of limitations implied. So for example, you cannot have more than 140 characters per page. There are telcos who are gracious enough to paginate and basically give the next and back page options, but there are telcos who will just display an error message to the end user. So we always advise our customers, our developers, to ensure that you have at least 140 characters per page and paginate for yourself where you can, so that you can have the same user experience across telcos, because they have their own different character limits. Then again, special characters are not supported with most USSD gateways. So when you think about commas, when you think about hyphens, when you think about brackets, you might not want to include that in your menus. Then USSD is time bound, and of course there's time limits, but the average session duration is about 3 minutes or 180 seconds across most telcos. Then again, USSD being very simple only supports text format. So what you would basically do via mobile app, uploading images, you will not be able to do the same via USSD. So that's basically what that looks like in terms of the attributes. So at Africa Stocking, we offer 2 types of USSD codes. We have a dedicated code and a shared code. So a dedicated code is basically a code as issued by the regulator or the telco. So if you go to CA today, for example, and they give you a code like *483#, that's what we call a dedicated code. And a shared code is basically an extension on a dedicated code. So as Africa Stocking, as we try to empower you to build scalable solutions for Africa, we also want to be able to provide the resources that you would need in order to achieve that, and not think about the cost implications. So we are able to offer you extensions on our very own dedicated code. So Africa Stocking got 483 from the different telcos in Kenya, and then we give you an extension. Customer A would get *483 *1#, customer B would get *483 *2#, and so forth. So it's basically endless in terms of the computation of numbers that you could have there. Of course, they both work the same way. The advantages to each. For example, if you get a dedicated code, there's that brand identity. And of course, it's easier to memorize a 3-digit number as opposed to a 4-digit number, which is basically a 3-digit number with an extension. But then a shared code is cheaper than a dedicated code. A shared code will be issued to you immediately because Africa Stocking would be the one giving that to you, as opposed to a dedicated code, which you'd probably have to wait for about a month in Kenya and about 2 or 3 months for the other markets, just because the regulator is highly involved in the process in terms of issuing the codes and then getting the codes integrated with the telcos. So the more the steps, the more the time it takes for you to actually go live, as opposed to a shared code, which even today, Wavinya would be happy to give you a code here. For our product coverage, we're in 9 markets: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Rwanda, Zambia, South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. We endeavor to be present in as many markets as possible. As you've seen, messaging is throughout Africa, so we endeavor to be in as many markets as possible, and that's our goal. As the need arises, we are definitely happy to expand and scale with you and support your businesses across Africa and beyond. So the customer journey is quite simple. We first check if you have an application ready, basically your user journey, your application logic. If that is ready, we proceed with the steps. But in the event that you do not have a developer to help you build your solution, we try and match what you're looking for with our portfolio of developers, or basically refer you to our plug-and-play partner, which Paul mentioned, being Teja. Once we establish that the application is ready, or you're basically a plug-and-play solution, that step pretty much informs the rest of the steps. So if you have an application ready, we basically will share our USSD offering, which would basically be Wavinya sharing that. And then once you make a decision on what USSD code works for you, KYC begins, and then we will require you to share a couple of documents, such as your certificate of incorporation, and then you'll sign the contract with us, share your user journey, the steps that your users will interact with from start to finish, of course for regulation purposes, because we are also regulated by the telcos. And once payment has been done, you get a USSD code issued. If in this case it's a shared code, it will be issued immediately, and then you can proceed to go live. If it's a dedicated code, you'll be informed of the timelines, which should be anywhere between 1 month or 1 to 3 months, depending on the market and depending on how quickly the regulator will issue the code. But throughout this process, we definitely have a simulator where you can basically keep testing, and we are always happy to give you a live USSD code to test, even as you wait for a dedicated code to get ready on the telco's end. So as this process is still ongoing, we always just give you the room to keep testing your application, so that by the time you're going live, you've already tested and you're just ready to launch. Yeah, so as long as an end user dials a USSD code, someone will be charged for that session, either the end user or the owner of the code. So we have two modes of billing. We have prepaid and postpaid. So prepaid is basically the end user being charged for the session, and it's referred to differently in a couple of markets. In Kenya, for example, that mode of billing is called prepaid. In a market like South Africa, it's called standard rated. In a market like Uganda, Nigeria, that mode of billing is called MO. So that means that you'd have to pre-fund airtime on your phone on your SIM before you can actually initiate the session. So if you don't have airtime, you would not be able to dial a USSD code. In Kenya, for example, on Safaricom, it's 1 Kenya shilling, on Telcom, 1 Kenya shilling, and on Airtel, 3 Kenya shillings. So that's basically what prepaid means. The other mode of billing is postpaid. In Kenya, it's called postpaid. In a market like South Africa, it's called reverse billed, and in Rwanda as well. And in some other markets, it's called MT billing. So this means that the owner of the code will basically bear the cost of the session, and the end user will dial free of charge. So whether you have airtime or not, you'd still be able to access that service. Then in terms of billing, a couple of markets bill differently. There are markets that will bill for the entire interaction, and not based on the hops, the entire interaction. So a hop is basically a step within that user journey. So if you dial a USSD code now and get to the landing page, that's basically one hop. If you enter user input and then get to the next page, that will be 2 hops. So depending on how many hops you encounter throughout that user journey, there's a telco that will charge for the entire interaction and not per hop, but then there are telcos that will charge per time. So in Nigeria, in South Africa, in Tanzania on Vodacom, and in Uganda, they charge per time. So in Nigeria on Airtel, Glow, so Airtel, 9 Mobile, and Airtel, 9 Mobile, and MTN basically charge per 20 seconds, and on Glow they charge per 120 seconds. In Uganda, on Airtel and MTN, they charge per 20 seconds. In Tanzania, on Vodacom, per 20 seconds. In South Africa, all the 4 telcos charge per 20 seconds. Then in all the other markets, you're charged for the entire interaction. Yeah. There's a couple of use cases, as I highlighted before. USSD is quite dynamic. There's so much that you can basically support via USSD, and this is just but a few. So I'll just maybe highlight a few. Fallback channel, for example. Deborah was talking about the different ways that you can want to send a message to your users. So think about a fintech which is basically trying to send an OTP to someone, and that OTP is critical for them to proceed with that transaction. And for one reason or another, the message is not delivered. You can always ask the end user to dial a USSD code, and then they'll be able to access their OTP and then proceed with the transaction. So USSD can be used as a secondary channel where the primary channel has failed for one reason or another. Government services, we have a couple of government services on board who basically do revenue collection via USSD, manage the resources within the county via USSD. When you think about loyalty programs, think about a service that you consume, and after the service is rendered, you basically accrue points, and at a later date, you are able to basically redeem that. Think about your gas station or your beauty products, things of the like. And even when you think about the season that's upcoming, Christmas, your company could choose to give you vouchers which you can redeem via USSD. Think about it that way. Registration, this is a very interesting use case which basically saw a lot of companies come on board, especially during the pandemic. We were used to, signing on books using pens and books that we've just found there, and we were all sharing. And during the pandemic, suddenly we cannot share things, we cannot just touch anything. And many companies had to rethink their digital strategies, and we saw a couple of companies really come on board to ensure that people can register for their services and not just have to go to the office, but just register from wherever they are. So there's a couple of people right now who are doing registration via USSD. When you think about surveys, when you think about feedback, you can always do that via USSD. So yeah. Transport, the same way you can order for a cab via your mobile app, you can do the same via USSD. The same way you can order for stuff online, you can also do the same via USSD. Track your order and then also make payment after the session. When you think about selling airtime, for those that would be wanting to sell airtime, you can use USSD as a channel to basically be able to sell your airtime. Yeah, so this is just but a few. Again, the use cases are quite endless, and there's so much that you can do with USSD. There's some use cases that we've not even discovered yet that, would probably be supported by USSD. So the portfolio keeps growing, and we are just here for it. Again, there's a team that supports this product to ensure that the product is beyond ourselves, quite literally. So we have Cynthia. Cynthia, if you can wave or stand. We have Geoffrey. Yes. We have Geoffrey. We have Caroline Wavinya. Yeah. We have Alex Kihuna. He's on leave. And then we have myself. So if you want to just learn more about, what we have to offer, please feel free to check out developers.africastalking.com, and then you can just browse and see what, offering we have as Africa Stalking, but then also particularly for USSD. And if you have any requests, any issues, any feedback, please feel free to reach out to us via USSD at africastalking.com. Yeah, so thank you so much for your time. Please enjoy the summit. And finally, we have a special message for you from the entire team. I promise it's not number 7 will shock you. That's not the message. So please dial *483 *1234 #. It's a special message from the entire AT team to you. If you have some airtime, that is. It's a prepaid code. *483 *1234 #. Yes. Thank you so much for your time, and see you guys around. Bye.
Thank you, Yvonne. If you don't have airtime, please just raise your hands. Lushiri will send you guys airtime, because one of the products we sell is airtime. So I'd love to invite Lushiri, but as Lushiri comes, the interesting thing about USSD is that USSD is actually, it's been there for a while, but so many countries don't use it. So the reason why we're in 9 countries is not because we don't want to go to other countries. It's because it's technology that a lot of countries have not yet really adopted. There's no USSD in Europe. There's no USSD in Europe. There's no USSD. Actually, Africa is the only place that has USSD. So if there's a business idea if you want to move, they usually say Iposiku. If you want your Iposiku, I guess you should look for Europe building SSD. Something interesting as well is we have so many SSD codes with the telco. We actually cost Safaricom to run out of SSD codes. So right now we have to do shared SSD codes. And again, Africa Stalking is the company that created shared SSD codes. So yeah, I think we've done quite a bit on that note. As Lushiri comes, so Lushiri is a lot of guys usually have an issue with people who went to Alliance. So Lushiri is that one. He went to Alliance. He's the old boys of Alliance club chairman. So Lushiri, please. So Lushiri will speak about airtime, one of the airtime and mobile data, one of the products that we offer. Then please, if you don't have any airtime, just raise your hand, Lushiri will send you something.
Thank you for the introductions, Paul. I'll skip that part and introduce myself as Luchiri Omoto, Commercial and Growth, Airtime and Data. Yeah, that's me. Next slide. What is airtime and data? I like what the slide says, but the other people who have spoken before are more techie. I am more of the salesperson. I'm here to introduce a product that. How many are comrades here? Comrades. Good. How many are hustlers? Awesome. I'm here to introduce a product that you don't need to go through many loops or hoops to make money. You can start making money immediately with airtime. Now, for SMS, USSD, you have to think. But for airtime, I can guarantee you here and now, you purchase airtime through our API, you're getting a 4% discount. Now, I was doing the maths. I know you're comrades, and I've heard the phrase, comrades are suffering, and it's true. Comrades are suffering. I've just done the maths. If you're already getting a 4% discounts, that's in 30, I even did it using months, number of days in a month. In 30 days, you would have saved 120 shillings. That's if you're topping up 100 bob every day. Now, imagine if you just had 10 people, you are topping up airtime. That's what? Mathematicians in the room. How much saving is that in a month? 1,200. Now imagine if you are topping up 100 guys. That's probably one of your class, isn't it? Just a single class. Or am I doing these maths wrong? You know, maths haikuwa mdomo changu, so I could have done it wrongly. But yeah, it's true. That's 12,000. So comrades, don't go complaining at home. Hakuna pesa. I'm here promoting a product that can make you money straight forward. I hope there's nobody from Safaricom hearing me sell discounts. Well, they want to collect 100%. But that's the whole truth. So it's a quick, painless, scalable API for those who want to sell data and airtime. Next slide. We are discount-based, just as I was explaining. If you just top up even 2,000 shillings, we already give you a discount of 4%. If you top up more, let's say 100,000, you get a discount of 5%. Anything above 400,000 shillings, you're already making a discount of 6%. Now, if you just go by the maths that I was explaining, you're all gonna make money. Forget about coding, and this is passive income. Forgive me, I have to sell. This is passive income. As you think about your servers and all those things you're doing coding, this is passive income to make you that money. So I've just explained it as it is right there. If it's a 4% discount, instead of our API deducting your end customer, and I'm thinking this is you'll be selling to your classmates, your family, they'll still get their 100 shillings, but our API deducts the 94 shillings. You have your 6 shillings remaining in there. Are we getting how you're making money out of this? Good class. Next slide. So it's a unified API across all markets. So let's not just say we are in Kenya. You can even start selling airtime in Uganda, in Rwanda. Mark, I'm sorry, but these Kenyans tend to think the rest of East Africans are sleeping. So yeah, feel free, go out there, sell to Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria. You just need the same API, nothing more. And as a product, this is one product I'll say, we actually in all the African countries. You just need to tell us, hey guys, I'm now in Niger, and I'm thinking I'll move volumes there, and we'll switch it on for you. You have to tell us you're in what? Seychelles, Comoros. We are there, trust you me, and ready. Of course, I don't have to talk much about timely notifications, validity APIs. You'll hear that once the tech guys come and start talking about them. But you can be assured the security of the API and whatnot, those ones, we have them covered. I was about to mention some somewhere, but next slide. Product coverage. The brown ones is where we have, do I say foot on the ground, or where we have clients moving quite a number. The gray ones is, of course, everywhere we can provide airtime as a service. So it's untapped. If you feel Kenya is saturated, which is not, you can go to DRC as well. We are all there. So let not that map fool you. When you start hearing about Kenya and you're like, oh, I've heard there are these guys, there are those guys. No, we are everywhere. But you can still start with Kenya as well. Next slide, please. So also, other products, the steps were too long. Ours is 3. Activation, contact form, service agreement, which is the most important. Sometimes we only see clients giving us the service agreement. Hey, I've signed. I can't send airtime. It's that simple. So if you guys are techies, this is like the easiest of products you can start with. And by easy, I also mean start making money with. The others, you have to look for companies, you have to look for use cases. This one, you can even sell yourself airtime at a discount. So please, who are checking the back end? I'm expecting guys to already be signing up. Ruth, are we getting any sign-ups? Yes, that will be good. Buy yourself airtime at a discount. Times are hard. So, who are our customers? We have resellers. I'm sure most of you have bought airtime, guys telling you, please, this pay bill, buy airtime. I'm not going to mention names because I might just mention one competitor over the other. But yes, we have people who resell airtime through us. We have rewards and incentive systems. Just to give some of you business ideas. It might be a company. Let's take probably, what are they called? Oil seller, petroleum resellers. Yes, those ones. And you just go to them and tell them, hey, we have this product here. Guys nowadays don't know where to go buy fuel. It's expensive. But for every person who buys fuel at your station, they get 100 shillings or 50 MB of data. That's a use case. So that's what we talk about when we say rewards, incentives, and systems. It could also for what you guys are building. Reward and incentivize your customers. And then, of course, the group that I'm quite focusing on, the self-purchase, the curiosity, which is where most of us fall. Just try, buy yourself airtime and data, and you'll see. There's the recharging systems. I actually don't know what recharging systems. I'm joking. It has reminded me, it's the first time, thanks Yvonne, I got to know the meaning of USSD. 6 years working at Africa's Talking. So many years using USSD. Today is when I heard the meaning of USSD, but sadly I've already forgotten. Guys are laughing as if you remember as well. Who knows? Who remembers what USSD means? It's not like I'm going to offer free airtime, but what did it mean again? Okay, that's a bright chap. He went to. The next slide. So yeah, in case you have any issues, that is the team behind Airtime. I think the most diverse. You've heard about us as a company. There are people there working from Dubai, working from Nigeria, working from anywhere. As I tell myself, I don't work from home, I work from anywhere. So that's the team. The service level agreement, you've heard Paul say, we have people who work better at night, who don't want to be disturbed, specifically Wednesday mornings. But you can take our emails, especially mine, Luchiri or Moto. I'm those ones who it doesn't matter what time of day or week, you can email me anytime. Yeah. So, yep, that's our. We make sure it doesn't get to level 4. That's like kujishtaki. That's like reporting yourself to the principal. So we try our best to make sure things are sorted at level 1. That's the end of my short presentation. But a money minting factory for comrades. Let's not have bright minds like yours complaining of hakuna, or there's no money. Now that Mark is here, we are international, I have to stick to English. Let's not hear people complaining there are no modes of making money while there's one low-lying fruit here. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Paul. And appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lushiri. So Lushiri is in the sales team. That's why the presentations were very different. But thank you, Lushiri. I hope everybody is setting up to consumer airtime product. But something interesting about airtime is if you're a mobile app developer, one of the ways to make sure, because one of the things that makes sense if you're developing a mobile app is how many people are downloading your app and how many active users are there on your app. So the easiest way to retain people on your app is have airtime. I think that's why banks, if you've noticed, every bank right now is selling airtime through their mobile banking app. And the reason for that is because anybody will definitely sell. The first thing you always think about is, oh, NCBA has airtime, let me buy airtime. So for any mobile developer, please, airtime is the product. We usually call it in the company as our heroine. It's the gateway drug for developers. So you come through airtime and then consume the other products. So thank you so much, airtime team. The last team is going to be the voice team. I think this is going to be Samuel, Maggie, and Mark. So the interesting thing is, the voice team are very quiet. They are very quiet, calm, collected team. For their name, considering they're supposed to be the ones who are talking the most, they're quite quiet. So Mark, Maggie, Samuel, please feel free.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. I'm trying to calm myself. Maggie. That's me around 9 months ago. This is me now. Let's take some time to discuss sound. I think sound should be one of the longest form of communication, right? If you go back to the history, our ancestors, they would use sound, for example, drums, to communicate different aspects of their living. For example, to warn people of incoming danger, like the raiders, maybe they would drum like 3 times, and the warriors would be out running there with their spears, their enemies coming to a territory. Or maybe something good like the birthing of a child, would be drum, and then people would rush to that homestead, and maybe you relate. That's still sound. Coming closer to us, what happens when you hear a bell or the sound of a bell? Myself, if I hear a bell, I remember maybe back in high school, lunchtime, it's almost lunchtime, and the teacher is going out, and I'm going to have some lunch. That's sound evolving. Right now, sound has evolved to be what we are working on as programmable voice. So as programmable voice, what are we able to achieve? You are able to call in one number in a certain organization and have multiple departments assist you. You are directed to the sales department, accounts, finance, everywhere, and it's just one with just one phone number, but multiple people can call in. Likewise, just as in the past, people would communicate disasters through sound, maybe like the drum we said. Right now, one will use just one phone number, call out, and let's say we have clients who call out to tell people there's El Nino coming, through sound. That's sound in itself, but evolving. We have people, we're in the use cases, sorry, Kevin. So another use case we have for sound is the surveys. People take surveys, different surveys. People are calling, they give data using just one voice number. Also, we have OTP messages for voice, and this also covers people who are visually impaired. You don't need to use messaging for this fact. What other aspect? How else do you think sound is used in our daily lives? Let's ponder, because we've not exhausted this. We are still evolving, and that's where AT comes in. As one, we are like more of a media of evolution, of evolving this sound we've gotten from our ancestors. In AT, we offer different kinds of numbers. One is the regular number. A regular number is a normal phone of a normal number whereby when you call in as a client, you are charged the normal call rates by the telco. We have the toll-free number, the 0800. Here, the end user is not charged anything. So when you call in, like maybe the Red Cross numbers, the emergency numbers, it's reverse billing, you are not charged. The other numbers we have are the premium rated. Here, one is able to generate revenue because we charge higher rates than the normal call rates, whereby maybe you call and get some Bible verses, some love messages, We have the virtualized numbers. Let's say you're an organization, you already have an existing marketing number or a customer care number. You don't have to purchase a new number because your clients already have that know that number. So we make it programmable, and you're able to retain the same number. And one thing about all those numbers, you're only able to make outbound calls or call out using the regular numbers. For more details, it's a bit wide. There's so much about these numbers during the breakout sessions. We'll interact more on that. Onboarding for voice is it's very easy, just like any other product. You call in, you reach us through intercom, through the website, through email. You sign your KYC. No more onboarding, whereby you give us a few of your documents. If you're an individual, we don't expect a certificate. We get your ID. We verify that you are legit. That's you. You're not an imposter. We invoice you. Or if it's for a test number, of course, one thing I need to mention for voice, we are not using Sandbox per se, because we really need you to get that, to get that call experience. So we give you a live number, link it to your account, you integrate, you test, and you have the 24-hour support from our engineers. And we are ready to help you integrate, test, and help us evolve the sound. You can integrate either via API, whereby you code, or you can integrate via the SIP trunk, or you can have a plug and play where we will link you to some of our clients. We have several partners who offer a ready platform, and we are hoping to have more partners. I'm sure some of you are devs. Please learn, and we'll be one of our partners. We'll be referring our clients to who need plug and play platforms. Lastly, it's areas of coverage. I think we are the least, as in, we are only in Kenya so far, Uganda, Nigeria, and recently TZ. We are working to evolve. We are, as much as sound is the oldest form of communication, it takes a lot of resources, and yeah, it's a lot to evolve. So we are hoping to go into more markets in Africa very soon and help our devs all over. We're also hoping to have a demo, not now, sorry, but at some point during the summit. We will have a demo from Sam and Mark. Yeah, he came late, so the demo was not, that's why the demo is not ready. So you can reach us via voice@africastalking.com, or you can even call in. But I'd like to introduce my team members. There's Sam, there's Mark. Sam is our SRE, sometimes helps with tech support. They'll stand and do some voice thing. They'll evolve some sound. There's Mark, kindly stand. Sam, stand. There's Dagi and Lois, they also help us. Are they in? Dagi, Lois? Mark, something from UG, anyway, any form of sound. Anyway, thank you. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Maggie, for speaking about voice offering. So voice it's definitely it's not as simple as airtime, neither is it as simple as SMS. It's a bit complicated, but we've tried as much as possible to make it quite simple. So reach out to the team. It has quite a lot, our voice covering has quite a lot of functions. So we can do say, we can play, we can offer IVR, we can get digits, we can record, and also all that, we can do all that using various languages. So you can even decide the kind of voice that you want. Do you want English, Japanese English? Do you want UK English? So the offering that we have is really extensive. Yeah, something else to think about voice is, for most companies, they've not evolved from using PBXs and all those things. So when you recommend our programmable voice to them, the cost cutting is almost like 100%, because you're coming from, you have to have physical phones, you have to have like routers and all those things. But our programmable voice, just an API connection and you're good to go. So please don't leave here without speaking to the voice team. It would be really good for you guys to speak to them. I think we've talked about our products. We have other products. I think we have Premium SMS, which I think the team is not here. Similar to messaging. The only thing about Premium SMS is it now allows you, similar to airtime, it allows you to make money. So anytime somebody receives an SMS, you decide how much you want them to be billed. That's using a short code. So you can decide you want them to be billed 30 shillings. Of course, the government will take their taxes, which is quite high. They'll take probably like 30% or 40%. Then the remaining 60%, Safaricom, Africa's Talking, and you share, do a rev share. So I think that's another product we have. We had IoT at some point, and payments. We put them on hold a bit just to think more about the commercial offering. So hopefully in the coming months, we'll see how we can bring them back, especially payments. I think another product that is, okay, not inside Africa's Talking, but it came up from Africa's Talking in Zelerian, and I think Sam will speak about it during his presentation, I think on Saturday, but before we break, I think he'll probably speak a bit about it. So I think those are the products that we offer at Africa Stocking so far. Thank you, product teams. Now to the next speaker would be the legal team. This one is Karuga. So Karuga is our legal, but he's also a comedian in the company. He's our dancer, he's our MC, he's everything. So Karuga, please. So Karuga has made us compliant in 17 markets, especially the last few months. There's been a lot of things that have come up. There's data processing, there's ultimate, it's a long word, ultimate beneficial ownership. So when you're setting up a company, those are some of the things that you'll need to do. And it's quite a process, but Karuga has made us compliant. He's even advising the Office of the Data Privacy in various countries. So in Kenya, we did it and we completed. So countries like Zambia, Malawi, still trying to figure out. So Karuga advises them what they can do. So Karuga, please.
Asante sana. Hata makofi.
I told you, Karuga is a politician. Also, if you need somebody to campaign for you, please get Karuga.
Thank you very much, Paul. Happy to see all of you here. Some of you are looking a bit on your machines, or there's a guy who used to be called Otieno Kajwang. I don't know if any of you has heard of them. He used to sing, Vijana msilale, lale lale, vijana msilale, bado mapambano. Sisiki watu wakisema, hiyo mnajua hiyo? Vijana msilale, vijana msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Thank you very much. When I went to law school, and the people in my village heard that I'm going to become a lawyer, the expectation was when they meet me on the streets or the corridors, or when I go back to the village, I'm either carrying very heavy files, complete with the suits. So sometimes when I meet some of my villagers,
So there's not much. I was going to say I've lost my voice the last couple of days. I just got it back. I'm happy to be here, and yeah, go take it.
Asante sana. Are you guys happy to be here? Yeah. Very good, very good. All right. So I'll not talk too much. So when we started the preparations for the summit, I realized that we work with different people within the industry, in legal, in governance, and in data protection. And one of my very good friends, Wakili Mutindi, I reached out to her and asked, are you able to come and give us a presentation? Because Mutindi is usually a guru, not only in legal work. Mutindi, what don't you do? You code, you sing, you... So I decided, instead of giving a presentation on data protection, why don't I invite one of the experts within that space, who we work very closely with, and she's I don't know, but Mutindi, now these ones have refused again. Are they going to come back up? Ah, excellent. So as they come back up, I want to introduce Mercy Mutindi. Mercy is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He's a wakili, even if you see her in a t-shirt. Just the way people in my village see me in a t-shirt and they don't think I am a wakili. And she leads the legal team and compliance. She's director of legal at Wasoko. Wasoko is one of our clients. Hope we are serving you well. She's also very well accomplished within that data protection space. And in our forum, the Association for Data Protection Practitioners, She's a leader in that forum. And Mutindi, without mother, very good, very good. You see, you have laughed, you guys. I didn't want you to be very serious. So now, Mutindi, as you come, we are going to welcome you with a good makofi, ili ya kumkaribisha, so that she does not feel shy. Mutindi tafadhali, just come. Can we welcome Mutindi, please? Yes. She's going to take us through a presentation on data protection. And please feel free to take us more on anything else.
Okay.
And the floor is yours. Karibu sana. Asante sana.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin, and good morning, everybody. So as you've heard, my name is Masi Mutindi, and yeah, lawyers in the same space with Kevin. We've interacted for quite a number of years. My team and I worked very hard on my presentation. So when the lights went, I started praying. I'm like, Jesus, there is no way my presentation is not going to be seen. But I also have some notes here because I can talk forever. So this is more for me to stay on track and not keep you here all day. So yes, as you've heard from Kevin, I am a lawyer. I currently work at Wasoko. We are in the B2B e-commerce space, and what we basically do is we use technology to help general retailers and small stores like the Dukas, the kiosks, and all those things to be able to run their inventory. We also have like a fleet of logistic service vehicles as well as warehouses to help us accomplish that. Now, yes, as he said, we are also one of AT's clients. We consume quite a number of their products, and we also use IVR from their sister company, Mteja. So I am in an AT t-shirt, even though I don't work there, but they're friends of mine. Before I joined Wasoko, actually, like about 6 years ago, we actually did a coding class that was offered by Africa's Talking for lawyers in technology. And before that, also, I was working mainly in doing telecommunications law and technology law for the clients I was servicing at that time. And I had also done, like telecommunications engineering for lawyers, computer science for lawyers. Now, I say this just so that, even as I talk through data protection or whatever else I see, it's not just lofty ideas from the sky or from a textbook. It's actually coming from a perspective of someone who has sat in for some of these things. So I might not code like as part of my 24/7 job, but part of those classes and even doing that is just to understand the intricacies of those things, to be able to advise the clients well, and even to be able to offer, practical advice, okay? So we're always fighting for data protection with, software developers on how to implement the required controls, what is achievable, what is not, what goes into the minimum viable product, what doesn't, and all the different aspects of the software development life cycle. But a lot of that is now the effort to try and do that translation for the business between the law and the tech that is being built, and then there's these conversations that need to happen here where people need to understand. So today, I will be talking a bit more about the landscape, navigating the data protection landscape, for the African tech ecosystem. Now, first, I think when my slides are ready, please let me know, but I'll just continue, so I'll let you know where to go. But first of all, I'll just start by saying we definitely do have quite a number of incredible companies that have come out of Africa. We definitely, there's Africa's Talking, there's Wasoko where I work. We also have like the Andela, the Jumias, Juma, and all those other companies that really started off in Africa and have grown to global scale to become global forces, obviously offering jobs to thousands of people and creating really immense potential for tech in Africa. Now, for most of these companies, and even our world today, data has become the lifeblood of our modern technology world. It drives innovation, it informs our decisions, and it also powers the very apps and services that we build. Now, it is very important to recognize that with all these lots of data that we are getting comes great responsibility, and that is where data protection comes in. Now, data protection is currently a hot topic, like Karuga mentioned. I think we've seen the fines left, right, and center in media in Kenya. There have also been some fines in Uganda. For most of the other African markets, some are still setting up their regulators, even though they have laws. But Kenya is actually on a bit of a roll right now in terms of enforcement. So we'll be seeing a lot more that is happening. But what exactly is data protection becomes the key question, because I don't want to ramble on here about things and maybe people don't even know what on earth that is. Data protection is really the art of safeguarding the privacy and integrity of personal information and sensitive information. Now, it's more of like data protection is a guardian that helps ensure that user information remains confidential and secure. That's really the basics of it. Now, data protection, there are laws around it, but all the laws globally, whether it's in Europe or in the US, in China, across the different countries in Africa, really revolve around 7 key principles. And one of those principles is called just making sure that information that is collected in a manner that is lawful, that is fair, and that is transparent. Now, this is part of what we've seen here. Lawfulness, part of the legal basis, is things like contracts. Yeah, we've seen service agreements. Yeah, KYC is actually a legal requirement for most companies to do for their customers. Then we have things like public interest, like, for example, all the data that was being collected with regards to COVID. So when you walk into a building, when you enter somewhere, where have you been in the last 7 days, have you traveled, and all those other things. And then we have consent that has been making news in Kenya. How many of us have seen the new social media marketing strategies for the clubs and joints we go to? Yeah, where they are posting people, I really enjoyed my life at whatever club, and then it's emojis. Yeah, a crowd full of people, but emojis now because of this consent thing and the fines that have been going out. It's really just, again, one of those issues just to do with the principles of data protection. Then we also have other principles that include purpose limitation that requires you to know the purpose for which you're collecting information. Gone are the days where you just collect everything because you can. Now, the law is structured in such a way that the commissioner or any authority can actually ask you to justify why you collect a particular field. And the thing that I find very interesting, having worked with companies to think through their data protection journeys, is you'll find there are so many data sets that cannot be explained. And it is left to the legal team or the privacy team, if there's any, to come up with legal explanations, yeah, when explanations are demanded for why. For example, we get quite a number of companies that collect gender information, maybe because most government forms or most application or registration forms have traditionally collected that. But when you ask people, why do you collect gender information, they can't answer it. For some government organizations, they are required to do, gender regional balancing, where they even collect tribe, information, which is sensitive. But for some companies in private sector, they'll do gender reporting if that's something of interest to their investors. But some don't use it at all, but they collect it. Yet something like gender is considered sensitive, which really heightens the stakes for the company in the case of a breach. Then we have things like, accuracy. The data that we collect or we store is required to be accurate. And the ultimate principle in data protection is one called the principle of accountability. Now, this is like the core principle, and it basically means any organization or business or collector of information should be able to account for why they collect the information, what they do with it, how they store it, how they secure it, and everything. And it really pushes the burden of proof to you as the one who is collecting this information to prove that you're doing the right things with it. So if you look at most of the communication from the Data Commissioner's Office in the view of all the fines that have been making headlines, they'll always be, we wrote to them, we asked them to share their policies or to demonstrate 1, 2, 3, 4, the other, which really means we really have to document and keep receipts about the good practices that we actually do in our companies. It's very interesting because most companies may think they've done nothing about data protection or they've not started, while they actually do have practices that fall within data protection protection actions and accountability. The only issue is it's not documented. So in case of issues, it is he said, she said, you don't really have anything to present before the regulator. Now, the importance of all these principles, okay, thank you, yeah, that's my avatar. Said I worked very hard, yeah. So I have a big personality, like it. I think you can go to slide 6 should be, where the principles are. Yeah, so that's fine, just go back. There, yeah. So now, when we are putting these principles into action, when we're creating apps or services, if you imagine, for instance, that you're developing a healthcare app which collects patient information, then data protection, these principles are supposed to help ensure that the information does not end up in the wrong hands. And this protects the patients as well as the business, and in some cases, even nations. So this slide here, how do you explain yourself? This is actually a snip of actual headlines, okay? Like this was news. The first one is from Forbes that says security flaw in Strava, a social fitness app exposed. And this flaw exposed identities of Israeli soldiers at military bases. The second one is Polar Fitness app that, again, had to suspend its location tracking feature because it was leaking sensitive information on military and intelligence personnel. This is just a fitness app. All these wonderful watches we're wearing. Then we have an app on the phone. People do their runs and then they post on WhatsApp and on Instagram how today I did my 5K. That's exactly how you end up with military information all over the internet, accessible to everyone. Now here's the thing. When Strava and Polar were building their applications, they were not building them for military personnel. They were building them for ordinary people who will walk into the store and buy a smartwatch and link it to their app, and thinking about that user experience, helping people stay fit, keep fit, all of that. But then you end up with a leak because now data protection by design was not incorporated in the way the app was developed and built. Then you have issues like this, which are now not only personal or family level, but national, and can actually be even disastrous. Right? The first one, Israeli military bases. This was in 2022. Right now, there's a war in Israel. If this was to happen, in the midst of that, you see the repercussions and the implications of that. So while we may be building applications that we think are for the ordinary everyday human being, just know that the ordinary everyday human being includes presidents, military. I mean, there's no exclusion that once you push a product out there, it will not end up in the hands of someone whose breach of information could actually cost more to the nation than just any average breach. So that is something that we really need to keep in mind because, for example, now this Polar incident, one of the security experts who was just, surfing the internet was able to gather like 6,000 military officials' information. And that is one person who's randomly trying to do it, not an actual malicious actor who is out to destroy. So, and the thing is, like, some of the quotes from the article say, with only a few clicks, a high-ranking officer of an airbase known to host nuclear weapons can be found jogging across the compound in the morning. This is just from the breach of an exercise app. And the same thing can just be extrapolated for most of the apps that are used by everyday people. And another quote here, we can find Western military personnel in Afghanistan through the Polar site, cross-checking one name and profile picture with social media, confirmed the soldier's identity and that of his family. This is the world in which we live in, ladies and gentlemen. So, data protection is not just a buzzword. That's really the point. And now I just want to do a bit of testing our collective understanding on data protection. So by a show of hands. This is, the slide, just roll it all out, the full slide. How many of you feel very familiar with data protection laws? Okay, somewhat familiar. All right. Not familiar at all? Okay, can't relate totally. Okay, we still. All right. Yeah, so understanding where we lie helps, me know how to take this conversation. Now, the next slide, please. John T. Chambers, who's the former CEO of Cisco, says, there are only two types of organizations, those that have been hacked and those that don't know yet. Question for you, where do you lie? Have you ever had to consciously deal with a hack? If the answer to that question is no, you're probably in the latter category. Data breaches are a harsh reality of the world we live in. Now, a data breach is an unauthorized event that can lead to either data being stolen or exposed or even compromised. Now, one infamous example of a data breach, there are so many, but for this talk, I am actually just going to talk about one, which is the Equifax breach that happened in the United States, where personal information of hundreds of millions of people was compromised. You can go to the next slide. Now, Equifax, for those who don't know, is like a huge mega credit scoring organization in the States. And while in Kenya we have CRBs, and there's a bit of an industry around it, in the United States, it's a bit more important because everything is based off of your credit score. Will you get, are you able to pay school fees? Are you able to buy a car? Are you able to buy a home? All those things, like credit score requirements in the US are quite it's like cash in Africa, basically. That's the equivalent in the US. So there was a breach for one of the organizations that was actually running the credit scoring in the US. Now, what exactly happened in this breach? I'll just give you like some 5-6 points to help you understand. A top level picture of this is that the company was initially hacked through its consumer complaint web portal. They have a web portal where people can submit complaints. Obviously, again, you're credit referencing a whole country of millions of people. So there are all these different ways in which they liaise with their customers. So they were hacked through their consumer complaint web portal, with the attackers using a widely known vulnerability that should have been patched. Developers, are we listening? But due to failures in the Equifax internal process, the patching had not happened on the consumer complaints portal, because in the business scope of things, a complaint portal is less important than commercial. So that's my commentary. I don't know, priorities in the business, okay? Now, the attackers were able to move from the web portal to other servers. Why? The system was not adequately segmented. IT, are you in the room? Yeah, the system was not adequately segmented. The systems actually were not adequately segmented from each other. And so the attackers were able to find usernames and passwords stored in plain text. Who should I ask if they're in the room? That then allowed them to further access additional systems. Now, the attackers pulled data out of the network in encrypted form. They are pulling out that was encrypted, and they pulled this data out undetected for months because Equifax had failed to renew an encryption certificate on one of their internal security tools. IT, cybersec teams. Now, Equifax did not publicize the breach until more than a month after they discovered it had happened. More than a month. The laws in most countries you're supposed to report it to the regulator within 72 hours. Equifax did not publicize this breach till more than a month later. Management, are we in the room? CEO, CFO, CX, head of corporate governance, all those. Because And the reason why they even had to now do the publicizing at that point is not because they really wanted to do the right thing, but it is because there were a lot of stock sales that were happening. They're listed by top executives, and this gave rise to accusations of insider trading. So now investigations and questions were arising. It's like you see, Safaricom, if you see all the CX people are selling off their shares and it gets known, you start wondering what is going on there. So it was one of those situations. And then now when investigations now started happening or questions were being asked is when now they had to come clean. Now, let's go to the next slide. This is more a reflection and an action adoption moment in Kenya, what you call kujiita kamkutano. Yeah? For those who don't speak the heavenly tongue, it's just gathering yourself for your own personal AGM. Let's take some time to reflect and answer some questions. This is for yourself, don't raise your hand, but since we are here, do you patch your vulnerabilities? The ones that are known. Do you have a plan? Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Do you care? Yeah. Are your systems adequately segmented? And these are just questions from that case study we've done. Yeah? Is your password storage hashed? Who's this? I think it's Yvonne who's presenting USSD. I don't know whether you said you prefer it or not, but there's even actually a huge debate in Kenya around some people not liking to use STK push because in as much as the password may be hashed at the back, you have to insert it there without the, asterisk. But USSD is safer than apps. I don't know. Okay, so those are the questions. No, those are the questions now here because you use your applications with your whatever, but then you have people who've not put in. What's the next question here? Do you maintain valid encryption certificates? If you're using an app with compromised security, you're better off using USSD. I don't know. Those are the questions. Now, and maybe the ultimate one here for most businesses, do you have a breach management protocol? We started with the words of John, that there are only two types of organizations. Those that have been breached and those that don't know yet. If there are only two types of organizations, do you have a breach management protocol? Do you know what to do? So, having answered these questions to yourself, in your heart, in your conversation with yourself, what one data protection action will you take in your organization after today? Write it down, text your manager. If you don't have a manager, text your board or your management committee. Because we will be back next year and I will follow up. That will be the beginning of my talk. I have invited myself to the next summit and secured a speaking slot. Yeah. You can go to the next slide. So, now, like I said, data protection laws are there across multiple markets in Africa. So the colored countries, both the green and the orange, already have laws as of now. There are probably a few more that will be coming up. They're constantly being added on every day by various countries. Now, most of the laws are definitely inspired from the text of the GDPR in terms of like those principles that I was sharing here. That usually is maintained across most of the countries with data protection laws. So as you watch the news and see, Facebook has been fined, WhatsApp, whatever they did or didn't do, those are still things that can apply to African businesses because the spirit of the law on data protection is similar across different countries. Next slide, please. Dear developers, this one is for you. Coming for an AT summit, I know there are developers here, so this one is for you. Data protection is not a distant concern. I think I have given examples and we are on the same page now for that. It's an integral part of what you do as a developer. So having secure coding practices like input validation, which is just a simple one, protects against SQL injection attacks. Encryption as well is one of the more common practices, helps secure that, if data is intercepted, it's unreadable. Access control, hey, IT, most companies don't really do access control, especially startups. Everyone can access everything. Access control and secure APIs limit who can access data and also help with accountability. Because then you have situations where someone changed something and you can't account for who it was, or when it happened, or how it happened. And these are questions. We've said there are only 2 types of companies. These questions of who did what, when, and how will arise the day you'll be dealing with a breach. So it is very good to be able to at least have controls in your system that can help you answer these questions. And these are some of the most flaunted controls in most organizations. Just do the right thing, okay? Be smart, like some companies out there. Do the right thing and then use it for marketing, okay? For example, WhatsApp employs end-to-end encryption, yeah? Which means that WhatsApp can't access our messages. It's one of the data protection measures. They do it and then they remind us of it every day. Start a new chat on WhatsApp right now and you'll see end-to-end encryption protection. Yeah? So do the right thing and also use it as part of your marketing. Same thing for Apple. If you actually look at some of the ads that Apple does for its products, part of it can be called selling privacy. They are pretty much just telling you how they've complied and then selling it as part of their advantage to their customers. Now, the next slide is for startups, because I know we also have quite a bit of those in the room. Now, startups are at the heart of innovation. But data protection is not just for the big players. And even though for startups, we may face resource constraints and also, compliance costs. Compliance may be looked at as such a huge cost, but building data protection into your business model from the start is very wise because it really helps enhance trust. That's like the biggest advantage of figuring out some level of data protection compliance. Like Kevin said, it's a journey. It's a journey. You never really arrive. But even what most regulators require is for you to demonstrate the effort you're putting in and the journey that you're on. We are at point A, we are heading to Canaan, is the promised land. We have done, maybe between us and our promised land is 100 steps. We have started, we have taken 5, we have taken 10. In case you have an incident or a breach on something that was number 100 on your list, but you had only gotten to number 20, it is a mitigating factor that you are on your way, you had a plan, you are going to get there. It's just that something happened before you got there. That is actually something that they consider. Because again, it's a journey. You may never really arrive, but the obligation is to demonstrate you are taking action. You're not just sitting, doing nothing, waiting for issues to arise. Now, trust is also very key for all stakeholders, really, your consumers, as well as your investors. Actually, these days, part of the due diligence for investors is data protection and cybersecurity concerns and issues, because the fines are everywhere. And also, once you're fined or in the news for the wrong reasons, again, there's damage to reputation, which is hard to repair. There's a famous quote in cybersecurity and data protection circles that says, if you can't afford data protection, you can't afford a breach. So just do the data protection. You might as well spend some money trying to prevent worst case scenarios. Now, again, compliance also helps with company valuation and a social license in terms of acceptability in society. And closer home, like I said, we've actually seen the emergence of an entire new regulation and subset of an industry for the digital credit providers, mainly because we had so many players in the market who are flaunting data protection rules. Now we have an entire law on DCPs. They have all been brought under CBK. It's now an entire new sector. CBK had to create a new department, a new, structure to license these people, figure out how to license them, what compliance looks like for them and everything. But all of this started because people complained about predatory lenders. And the predatory here was not even so much complaints about interest rates, even though that may be something people may complain about. But this law was actually passed in Parliament because of the data protection practices that were non-compliant with the law. And it got to a point where they said, even though you have not been under CBK since CBK was made, now you shall come under it so that you behave. And part of the licensing requirements for them, in fact, includes clearance from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner for registration and compliance. So when they have compliance issues with the Data Protection Commissioner, it creates issues with their licensing with CBK. That's the point at which we are there because of data protection issues. And that can actually happen to any industry where people or players in that industry really veer from the principles of data protection. And we can go to the next slide. So, for those who may be hungry to learn more, there are actually very many resources available. Knowledge is power. You don't waste time learning. And so there are several online courses that can give you a deep dive into data protection, as well as anything else actually in legal and compliance and any other subject under the sun, honestly. There's a very good course by Mozilla on Udemy. It's called Mozilla DLP course that really simplifies the concepts of data protection to help you understand. We also have CPIT under Strathmore University that offers a free course on data protection, and they issue certificates after. We also have all the other online learning programs, the Coursera, LinkedIn, YouTube University, of course. If you want to take it professionally, there are industries like the International Association of Privacy Professionals that has a bunch of courses for both understanding the law of data protection, but they even also have certifications from a technical perspective, like to help people with tech background or who've done computer science to understand how do you do privacy by design, or how do you work data protection controls into your development. Also privacy engineering certifications and things like that, if you want to go hardcore techie in that area. But above all this, I encourage all of us to actually implement some data protection measures in your projects and businesses. Let's not come back here 1 year from now and you are at the same place or worse, or you've done absolutely nothing. Now, the data protection process is a process which really is more of an expression of our commitment as individuals, but even corporately, to a safer and more trustworthy tech ecosystem. Because all these wonderful things we are saying here, USSD, messaging, all those things, and all the other applications, the internet that we so rely on for life and living, would not be safe without protection and security controls. And remember, Africa is poised for greatness in the tech world. We already have quite a number of companies from Africa, or that mainly operate in Africa, that have made it to the global map. And data protection is key to unlocking this potential. So embrace the responsibility that comes with collecting all the data we do and dealing in it. And you'll not only protect your users, but also empower your business. Thank you all for your participation and for your time.
Thank you very much, Mercy. I hope we have learned something. Thank you very much. I don't have anything else to say. Paul, let me bring you back to stage. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much, legal team. Thank you, Mercy. I think you and Yvonne should have coffee or something. Looks like there's something USSD has. Anyway, thank you so much. I hope we've learned something from what Mercy has shared. Mercy, we have Karuga, so he's doing a good job. Thank you. So, sorry we've taken a bit of time, but we have one last story from the People and Culture team. This is Shims, who's going to tell you more about why we have a flat structure, why we're all smiling despite taxes.
Thank you very much, Paul. You know, as I stand here and represent the Africa stocking culture, I just don't know where to start. But my name is Christine Shimechero. I work with the people's team at Africa Stocking. I have a colleague of mine, Fatma, who's seated right there, and another colleague of ours who's in Nigeria, Chioma Ndukwe. So today, I want to just give snippets of the power of people in a culture. So at Africa Stocking, that's one thing we thrive for. So when we got the invitation from the developer community and marketing and say, people, talk about something, we thought it really will drive home if we are to share with all of us what culture is like in Africa Stocking. We cannot give everything what happens to us, but maybe through the breakout session, we'll be able to talk much about the culture of Africa Stocking. So we'll just give you a bit of an understanding of how culture plays a very key role for any company, any entrepreneur to accomplish their business strategy, their business results. So I'll take an example. You know, this summit will not take off without all of us. It just shows how, for anything to happen, for you to get results, people should be at the center of it all. So for us at Africa Stocking, we are ensuring that if people are not at the center of it all, it doesn't matter how beautiful our strategy is, it doesn't matter how our business results look like, if we don't take care of the agenda of the people in the organization. So what I'm trying to say is this. When people understand you value them, and when I say value, in as much as, yes, there are all these initiatives, even in Africa Stocking, that we do, lunches, retreats, I call them anything that just makes us excited. If you throw all these initiatives to people and they still don't feel valued, it all goes to waste. So we really get to a place where we are saying, even if we have all these initiatives, when people show up to work, when they come to the office, do they feel that the company values them? So even when we sit here, when you wake up and you want to work on a project as an individual, or some of us are in a company, the question you need to answer that will paint a picture of culture: do you feel loved? Is there transparency? Do you feel that when you wake up in the morning, you understand the vision of the company? I read a story about JFK went to NASA. And when he got there, he met a janitor and asked, "What do you do here?" And the janitor said, "I'm helping put a man in the moon." That's the janitor. I'm hoping when you meet the African Stocking team, you wouldn't know who's in admin, you wouldn't know who is a groundsman, who is an engineer, who's in the customer care. But when you ask them, what do you do? I hope after this summit or moving forward, it will be, we are building a developer community just to make sure that we equip them so that they can succeed in building solutions for Africa. So it's all about developers. So when employees, when people show up, do they feel they're contributing to the ecosystem? So I'm going to use three simple areas, ideologies that we are using. We will perfect with time, just to share briefly what is it that happens at Africa Stocking. So the three that I want to use to explain is evolutionary purpose. So if we think about each one of us, we have evolved. How we were in January and how we are now is very different. The types of relationships we have dropped some, we have picked up some. The types of norms we have, everything has changed. Being in the tech system, it is evolving. Things are changing because of life force and life pressure. So we have an understanding at Africa Stocking that everything is changing. Even for us at AT, we need to match up with the life forces that are hitting the organization. So we change. We look at a problem, what is happening, and where can we come as a company to solve? If the company wants to go somewhere, what is needed? How do we get there? So look at a problem, provide a solution. So there's an interesting thing that happened this year when it came to our strategy meeting. And we just said, why don't we involve everybody? Reason being, people sitting in the customer service team, people who sit in the finance team, they interact with clients. They understand what clients need. They must have a seat on the table at a strategy. That's the only way we will evolve. So we come up to a place where, because of the understanding of everybody talking about the company, knowing where clients are, they must sit there to build the strategy. When we do that, people feel they are part of the organization. When they show up every morning, they're saying, how does my day-to-day actually affect the ongoing of the company? Hence, the fact that we said, let's bring everybody together. Everybody feels that we actually don't run the company, but we are stewards. We are watching over what the company needs, what the world needs, and we are there to provide the solution. So I'll move on to the next point. Let me do self-management, then I'll tie it to wholeness. So for self-management, we want to believe that our structures and practices will also evolve. Our structures and practices are in such a way that, as an individual, we want to appreciate your uniqueness. What is it you're bringing on board? When we hire, it doesn't matter what level. Are you coming in as an intern? Are you an entry level? Are you an intermediate? Depending on the level of expertise that you're coming in, we want you to have a sense of, I am the expert here. And the company appreciates you as the expert and says, thank you so much for taking a chance to the organization. And because of that, we want you to help the company get where it needs to get. So we just ensure that we empower individuals, we empower teams to know and show up as the expert in whatever area they're in. You've seen how engineers and people representing the different product teams that have come up, you empower them to know, you know what, guys, you own this on behalf of the organization, so shine, help the team shine. When you do that, the company will shine. So it all begins with the people, empowering them, telling them that you're the expert, and help the company shine. So we don't have bosses at Africa Stocking. Hence the issue of self-management. When you show up, we are saying we're giving you autonomy to work. We're giving individuals, we're giving teams the autonomy to do what it is they do best. So that's the aspect of self-management. And then lastly is the aspect of wholeness. So with wholeness, most companies always tell employees, please bring your professional self to work. So what we want to do as Africa Stocking is to tell, imagine, just bring your whole self to work. You cannot differentiate a human being as this is your professional self and this is your human self. What we are trying to tell all of us and team members, just come the way you are. When you enter some of our meetings this day with the help of Paul mentioned that we currently have a therapist who's amazing. You guys, you just need to check her out. Leila Hussein is an amazing person. She's literally transforming who we are as a company. So these days, some of our meetings, we have to do a check-in session. You have to check and find out, how are people showing up? There are people who will show up with a lot of excitement, depending on how they've spent their evening or whatever phase they are in life. So they are so excited showing up. And when you check in, you find there's some energy that comes in the room, even if you're online. There are some, maybe you don't even know how they've been. Maybe they are coming to work, their car broke down, or their caregiver or house manager has just woke up and disappeared. There's a way they are showing up for the meeting. You don't expect that person to show up in their full self, because there's something within their personal life that is affecting them. So at Africa Stocking, what we're trying to say is, let us know how you've showed up to work so we can support you. The others, like today, I'm not able to work. And team members will tell you, you know what, we got you. Go sort yourself out, and then for now, just permit us to hold whatever it is you're holding, and then when you're in the best mind frame, you can pick it up from where you left. So we're at a place where we are saying the only way you will permit authenticity and people to feel loved, to feel it's a safe space, it's a safe environment, people will show up by themselves and they will give the company their whole. So these are some of the practices that we are practicing at Africa Stocking. We will perfect them and get better with time. But what I just needed to highlight for this summit is, if you show up as a person, your authentic self, there's a way you bring your creativity, your innovation, whatever it is you need, even if you're an entrepreneur. When you show up to work, make sure you're present as yourself. Your full self is present. You'll be amazed what you do as an entrepreneur. Or if you're in a team, you'll be amazed the power, the fragrance of illumination that your team will have by the mere fact that they feel that as a person, the company, my team, knows that I'm a person. I'm just not a figure on the balance sheet or a head count. It's more than that. I know, yes, we've said about technology and AI and everything. It's something that we will embrace from a people's angle, but just a fraction, because all we will need is data. But data will just give us hindsight, insight, foresight. But it will not take away the aspect of a human being, even if the machines are going to, because you need the people to create the machines. We just want to make sure that people's mind frame are at a place where they can bring their whole self. Creativity is in the mind, is in the human being. So that's what I have to share for today. And I wish you a lovely time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shims. I don't have anything else to add to what Shims has said. I think, to be honest, and this is just my story. So I got to this point of leadership this year, and one of the things, the fear I had was, of course, I've never done this before. I didn't even imagine I'd be at this point. So my biggest fear was, where do we start? Where do I start? But as Shims has said, the one thing I appreciate at Africa Stocking is everybody owns the company. So those guys who talked about the product, they have so much ownership and so much passion about that product. You don't even need to be there to keep telling guys, why you guys not doing this? Because, everybody just does their part. So it really makes being at Africa Stocking really amazing, because you don't need a CEO. Why do you need a CEO when everybody owns the company and everybody is trying to do their part? So, of course, here and there, you might need to make a decision and all that. Sometimes we call some to give us advice. Sam has been there for 13 years. He has seen it all. So sometimes there are things that you're like, hey, Sam, we need you here. But ideally, guys, just show up. And I can't say we are perfect. We are getting there. But to be honest, I really appreciate the people team for what they've done so far. And the team in general, the entire company. I want to give an example of somebody. I know she's going to be mad at me. So there's a lady in the company who I never thought she'd get to a point where she'd open up to the point of trying to share her life. And please, forgive me for using you as an example. So Wavinya is in our CR team. But I think over time, she's gotten to this point where she says, okay, I want to speak about myself. Africa Talking is not my whole. I have things that I do on a day-to-day basis. And it was really amazing to see her come and say, by the way, I know I'm supposed to be doing CR, but can I do something else in the company? Can I have a skill that I want to share? Can I work with the company to be able to see it to fruition? So really appreciate the team and what you all do. And hopefully more people in the company can continue doing that. Karuga is an MC, as you have all seen. He's a legal guy, he's a dancer, he's an MC, he's everything. So as Shims has said, guys don't just come with their professional self, they come with their whole self. Sam is a dancer, Rastaman, everything else. Yvonne dances for us, she knows how to dance Miondoko. Cynthia is our resident plant mommy. Deborah is our vibes. Effie is our designer. So guys come with all that they are. We have Teddy here, who's our storyteller, brilliant storyteller. He's going to tell you all the stories. We have Graham, who brings all the energy in the company. Graham's energy from 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening is constant. It's 100%. We have MK, who's our DJ. So MK is actually a professional DJ. Like he DJs in the club. But again, he's a developer relations head. So I think that's the story of Africa Talking. And just before I finish, Africa Talking would not be here without one person sitting down and saying, okay, I have a dream. How do I make this dream a reality? Because you could dream and just continue sleeping and say, well, that was a good dream. I can't do it. But this guy decided, okay, it's a dream. Let me see what I can do about this dream. It's been 13 years and you don't expect at 13 years to know so much, again, as I had said, but I think we've gone through so much as a company that sometimes we behave like 13-year-olds, sometimes we behave like 30-year-olds, just because of what we've had to go through. So these experiences we are sharing, sometimes probably a startup that's 13 years doesn't do that, but just because of what we've had to go through, we've had to really evolve. So I know we're out of time, but I can't finish without inviting the man himself. So Sam, please.
Hi guys. So this is it's a very special moment for me, as you can imagine. I think we've dreamed of doing a summit for a long time. I don't know if Graham is still in the room, but that's something that we've always been trying to do. And I am eternally grateful to Paul and the team for me, this is like a dream come true, just to be in this space. And to share this space with people that I love dearly. I think the AT team, you guys are my happy space, always. Every time I feel unbalanced, I just go to the office and I just have conversations. So this is, for me, this is amazing. It's amazing for us to be able to share this with the developer community. I'm a software developer myself. I am nerd number one in my life. So when I say I love nerds, I'm just talking about myself. But I also love you guys. If you're a nerd, and for me, a nerd is anyone who is open to new ideas, open to new experiences, new worlds, new ways of thinking. And for me, that's what this journey is all about. So how do we reimagine ourselves and our futures in a way that's exciting for us? And if it's exciting for us, hopefully it excites other people. If it doesn't excite other people, we have no expectations. So for me, that's a nod. That's why we're always fighting over which language to use. Which coding do you use? I still use Emacs. I know some of you are judging me right now, and that's okay. But that's, for me, that's the process of creation. That's the process of innovation. That's the process of advancing humanity to something that's higher than where we are. So this has been very, I know I'm starting to sound spiritual, but it's a very spiritual journey for me as well, just to be part of this creative energy, to be part of this human consciousness that we're part of. I think Shim's presentation has just blown my mind in terms of the clarity around how we think about people and how we think about empowering the organization and creating value. So I have a lot to think about. I'm hoping to at least condense my thoughts, because I can speak the whole day. I know you guys know that. Africa is talking, man. But I'm also an introvert, so I speak in this space I can speak forever, but I really want to make sure that at least at the end, and I think on Saturday I'm hoping to really just condense some thoughts and tell you guys what I'm thinking, what I'm thinking in terms of where we're taking this. It is 13 years old, but we're still on the ground floor or in the basement. We're just getting started. So this is just the beginning. I think we've learned a lot in these 13 years. For me, the best thing is we've actually gotten a small group of people. 70 is not a lot. I mean, but it's a human scale group of people that are really looking at the same thing and heading in the same direction. And that's incredibly powerful. To have people that are empowered and actually thinking along the same lines and seeing how we can expand this community, but then in a very conscious way, in a very, very scalable way, so we're not jumping ahead of ourselves. So thinking about that, what does it mean? What does it mean for technology? What does it mean to be building technology in the cradle of mankind? I know you guys know that. We started this whole game a long time ago. I'll remind you. We started it. So what does it mean to actually build technology in this kind of environment? And what kinds of problems are exciting to me from my perspective, and hopefully some of you can start to resonate with that same thinking, and we can start to solve these problems in a way that's consistent with where we know humanity should be going. I think this is a very powerful forum, very powerful space. I think all of us have incredible energy, incredible power within us to really change things for ourselves first. And as we change for ourselves, things start to change for everyone. I think we've seen that this year with AT. This year AT fought back with some forces. And everyone is now fighting those forces. Have you seen? Everyone is fighting. So when you actually stand up for yourself and you really start to improve your circumstances, the universe starts to align with where you're going. So that's been a very powerful indication this year for me, and it's a combination of the way we think about people, the way we think about technology, innovation, the way we think about growth, the way we think about scale, the way we operate. Like I saw USSD, like 5 people. I used to write code for you some time back. These are small teams doing incredibly amazing things across the continent. This is not a small operation. This is a massive operation. But we don't need 1,000 people to do it. So messaging, we have 210 direct connections. Cynthia probably touched all of them at some point. Just because that's how we operate. And we think that's the capacity of the human brain. That's actually how we should all be operating. Very small actions, but then have massive repercussions. So just thinking about that, and and I'll try and put together something that can at least start to last. I'm not good at drawing or anything or writing or anything, but I'll try and condense my thoughts in a way that starts to, paint some kind of true north or true center of where we're headed. So that's, I think that's what I would say. For me, this is, I'm just humbled to be here. I'm incredibly grateful. Excited to be here, to learn and to engage, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. So I know we are behind schedule quite a bit, but I will invite Sylvia to come and now take over. I think there'll be more sessions tomorrow. You'll hear more from the marketing team, the DevRel team, and more teams tomorrow. But for today, I think that was what we had for as part of the story we're trying to tell. Sylvia. Please give a hand for Sylvia. Sylvia has not slept for quite a number of days.
Hellos. Hi. Are you energized? How was the keynote? How was it? Awesome. I'll take awesome. Anyone else? Enjoyable? You learned something? Quite interesting. Fantastic. Good to know. So that was a good start to the summit. Don't you agree? Yeah, you've gotten to meet the team. Now when you see them around, you get a chance to say hi. At least now you know their names. You've learned more about Africa's talking. Great place. So it's good that everyone has gotten to see that side of the story. Seeing as we are a bit behind time, I will just give directions on where to go next. Forgive me, my name is Sylvia. And if you have probably seen me a lot here and there, and you will continue seeing me for the next couple of days, moving all around, just ensuring you're good. If you have any complaints, feel free to let me know, but I'm sure you won't have complaints. I hope you're having a good experience. So we are going to move for break right now, and for that we're going to have a small refreshment, some tea, coffee, some snacks, just to get you energized and ready for the next steps. So what we will do is we will head outside through the doors, through the exit, and on your left there are 2 serving stations. They're the same, so feel free to go to any. You will get refreshments from either of them. Feel free to talk to a few people.
My name is Douglas Monique or Daddy. I'm a full stack software engineer at Africa's Talking, and in today's hackathon, I'm going to take you through some hidden stuff about CSS. The hidden in plain CSS, the secret sources of the secret sources of web design. Yeah? So the first one that we'll go through is Vance effect. How many are familiar with Vance effect? How many are familiar with keyframes? Yeah, so Vance effect, let me add I'm turning my laptop so I can show the demo. So Vance effect is this effect. They usually see in movies or in was it Captain America? But there are those CSS effects. In CSS it can to share this code. maybe you have to announce more if the second video can. Awesome. Good. Yeah, now we are back at Ken Burns effect. Let me make my cooking more. Yeah. So what happens with what happens in Ken Burns effect? You have this still photo. You have this still photo that you want to, like zoom into a specific place. It could be listening to an event, and let's say like a click. Maybe it could be just be a load. So how it plays out ideally is that way, yeah. But you could make it better. Say if we link it to something like an electrifying pen. How many have seen in commerce shops how say I'm selling this laptop online, somebody can click on it and zoom in it. Seen that effect? Yeah. So ideally, that's the same logic behind Kanban's effect. How you usually go about it. We have this background element. Basically, in this page, the entire page is what I'm considering as the background element. And then I attach a background image to it. What is this? It is this ideally. And then at the top, I add some animation and give it a keyword. This could be anything. I could call it. We call it UN. Yeah. Then 10 seconds is the duration for how that animation will execute. And then now when I scroll down to the keyframes part, the same keyword that I've used in animation is the same keyword I use down here, right? And then so the idea here is to define you have two states. The first state, you define how the image looks like. For example, you've defined, say, in my case, opacity is 1 and a state scale is 1. So basically, there are two states here. And then animation and keyframes take care of the transition. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the initial state, which was this is the initial state, opacity 1 and scale 1, and then the final state after 10 seconds linear. This is the final state, yeah. And then now the general effect that you achieve is that what do you call this? That Kanban's effect, yeah. Let me switch to the next one. The other thing that I wanted to, as part of the front end, how many have seen the Africa Stocking homepage? Near the footer, there's this part where there's tribal patterns. How many have seen that? Huh? So you can achieve the same effect. I'm talking about this section. So you can achieve the same effect by using something we call you can use these called border image properties. So the first thing you can give it is the image that you want. Then I can issue the first. My panel has dropped. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. So how you achieve that effect, and actually you can take it a step further. And good. You can take it a step further and reduce it to that. Yeah. The original image was. So this was the original image, yeah, that we used to create that effect, yeah. Then I added Buddha image source to call in that image, and then there's Buddha image slice. Then there's the repeat. For this one, you could set it. Can you set it to the repeat? Yeah, you can set it to the repeat. And then there's the width. So okay, you could play around with this. The overall effect will be you can have borders that are what do you call this, that stand out to make your UI looks better. Let me jump to the next one because of time. This other one is about how we use important. How many have ever experienced important? The hair that comes with using important. Awesome. Where you define a CSS style at the start, and then down there you want to override it, so you add important, and then months later when you want to update your website, you want to override, you issue override, so you add another important here. So, so from what there was a web project we were working on recently, and one of the things we realized is that important is a horrible way to write your CSS. The best way to do it is using layers. And I'll show you. My tunnel keeps hanging. So how you work with the layers is that so the worst thing about that explanation important is that it's first of all it's global. So you could define it in one page and it will affect other pages. Of course, if you've called in that CSS. And also by global I mean that it affects that entire page. But with layers, you can isolate your components. Yeah. Starting from the lowest priority to the highest. Yeah. For example, so here I have let me fold the buildings. For example, here I have three layers. One I call background, another typography, another component. You can call them anything. Yeah. Then at the start here, I've said that components is the lowest priority, followed by background, followed by typography. Yeah? So again, what we expect is that anything we define, anything we define here in background will be overridden by typography. Yeah. If I wanted to do the other way and just let me edit it from this other side. That's how I would switch the. That's how you get to switch the priorities. Yeah. So for example, in this case, so in this case, since component was a, so normally if you define background color code you as maybe white, then down here you see red. The one that you defined recently will override the first one. That's the old doing CSS, yeah. But now using components, you can compartmentalize your CSS logic using layers. And you don't have to use important. Another, so let's see this in practice. So remember how in our code we defined red as the last background color, yeah. So in normal CSS that will have applied, yeah. But now since we're using layers, in RPD at the top we say that component is a lower priority than. Where we say that component is a lower priority than this one, the one that we're calling background. So background will be prioritized, and therefore our page will be what? Yeah. So the reason why other reasons why you shouldn't use important is performance. So each time your CSS encounters the important property, it starts to repeat the page again, which it's not the best optimization, yeah. But with the layers, since you've isolated your components, this logic happens once. It doesn't have to be changed again. The other one, if you're working in a team, you definitely want to avoid important because I might set my important tag here and someone else overrides it here, especially in a bigger team here. But when you use layers, everything is compartmentalized. So, how many of you use variables in CSS? Not in SAS, CSS. I think it's quite well. So, let me that code. So back in the day when CSS was, when was it? Yeah, maybe. There was a time that you were forced to use SAS less. Just so you can use variables, yeah. But now var is supported. This code is loading. Yeah, it's loaded. So instead of, so you remember how, say you in UX design, there's how we say that choose say like 3-4 colors that you want to use across your pages. Yeah. So what variables allows us to do is to write those colors once. Could be colors, could be font size, whatever it is, you write it once and put it inside the root. Yeah? And then give it the name. It has to be dependent with these two dashes. Then how you use it is you call the var keyword. I don't even see it. Call this a method. Basically, call it a method. But then you put the parentheses and then you put the variable in. Yeah? And let's see the effect of that. As it loads, let me jump to the next one. The other one that I wanted to show is this one. How to handle dark and light theme. Yeah. So there's a problem that I usually see a lot, especially on Stack Overflow. Someone Stack Overflow GitHub. I like going through random code on GitHub. So you find that someone has written a lot of JavaScript just to work with dark mode and light. Dark mode and light mode, yeah. But now with CSS you can scrape away that JavaScript and just add the media tag and then prefers color scheme. Let me show you this in action. This is how you do it. So this is how you do it. So in your styles, in your light mode styles, you define say background color weight and the colors of the fonts to be black, yeah. And then now in media, in this media tag, yeah, you add prefers color scheme dark, and then now you do the inverse of this. Yeah? So you by going this route, you don't need to work with JavaScript. So what happens behind the scenes is that your browser will fetch the mode that the computer has been setting and then apply those style sheets appropriately. Let me show you quickly. For example, the system settings of this computer is dark mode. Yeah? So if I visit my time. Oh, this is variable one as well. Let me go back to it. So see how we used variables here. This is the effect. Say I want let me introduce a new component. Let me say I want the vehicle to be you see this part that I've converted to blue. So I haven't written new color codes for it. What I've done is I've just called the variable that I'd set earlier.
Slight interruption. The next sessions are started in the 3 rooms, so in case you wanted to attend them, just brief announcement in the AI room, building open source dev tools that use AI and unlocking the power of productivity using ChatGPT and AI. That's happening right now, starting right now in 901. Starting right now in 902, building practical software for agriculture. If you wanted to attend that one, feel free to do so. And starting right now in 1001, cloud infrastructure optimization in relation with cost and efficiency. If you wanted to move to a breakout to one of those, feel free. Otherwise, back to the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you, Sylvia. Yeah. So we were at the variables part. Yeah. So I didn't need to write the color code again. All I did is to call the variable. Yeah. So the advantage of this, imagine if you have a huge code base, lots of pages, and say, for example, there's something that's happening. Yeah. Maybe there's some event that's happening, and you want to change the color of your website to match the events that are happening. So instead of you going through all the code and changing colors, all you need is to go back to the variable, change the variable, and everything flows correctly. Back to color scheme. So I needed this page to load. So I think it's an internet issue for me. Anyway, it looks, let's go to the next one. For the interest of time, I'll skip some. Let me jump to Chrome developer tools. How many have worked with? So basically, in this part about Chrome developer tools, it's all about productivity, how to build fast without getting tired. So for example, we have what you call there are layers, file system editor, animations viewer, and CSS overview. How many have used layers in Chrome DevTools? Not layers there, not layers the CSS, but layers in DevTools. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let me switch to Chrome real quick. Oh, do them. Yeah. So let me jump back. So in the settings of this computer, we saw that this computer is using dark mode. Yeah. So this page applied the dark mode on it as well. Yeah. So what happens if we change to light mode and which changes on the website as well? So it's a small amount of code. It will save you from writing JavaScript. Yeah. So let's return to light mode. So we want to open Chrome. So settings that I wanted us to check out are layers. Say you wanted to say you're working on a web page that has a lot of animations, a lot of effects. Ideally, what you want is to check if your code is doing additional unnecessary repeats. So that's where this layers API comes in. This is different from the layers that we got in CSS. So basically, say you want to. So what this dev tool allows you to do is to see if there are repeats happening unnecessarily. So you can see. So what it does is to separate the elements, and then you can see visually what we think are not necessary. This helps you to identify performance issues. If say you notice a certain part is not loading as supposed to be, you can go and optimize that section. On the side here is where you can see the individual sections. Yeah. So something that you can do to optimize your page. Let me jump to the next one. The next one is file system editor. Now that I'm carrying this computer, I don't even want to go to demo that later. But simply what it is basically it's linking your browser to your file system, so you don't have to go to your code editor to edit the page. Okay, I'll show you which you tested. So click on more tools. No, not tools, it's animation. Come here, sources, and then workspace, then click on add folder. Yeah? So if the pages that I was showing you were in this computer, we would have gone directly to those files. Then we edit them, we would have seen the change. We load automatically in the browser. But since they're on this computer, let me find some random code. Fantastic. So for example, I've loaded this folder, giving it permission, okay. Yeah. So this folder was my web folder. Basically I would have come here and actually let me just do this differently. So this is a dirty page, yeah? Let me remove this folder and remove it. Then we have the one that we created here. So imagine I was working in a big web project here, and there's some part of my code that's not working correctly. Yeah, I can just debug, I can just edit the files directly from the browser using the file system editor. So say I want to remove this part. Yeah. one thing you're going to lose is the ability to regulate. So when I say I've done the editing there and the changes have been effected, and even when I refresh the changes procedure, even when I go back to the code editor, I'll find the changes. The other one, how many have you heard about this? You know it, right? So the code was like good artist copy, great artist steal. Yeah? And that's what Chrome Animations API allows you to do. So if you find a website with some good animations and you want to recreate it, you can just say I want to understand the animation behind this part. Yeah. So go to three dots at the top, click to more tools, and then animations, and then can recreate this whole page. Then down here you can see how the animation goes. So let me slow it down so you can see it better. And then you can see that black over there. So if I needed to, let me modify it a little bit. And then I can see where the changes are happening. So I can steal that and apply it to wherever I want it to be. Say my code, yeah. So, So I'll upload, I'll avail this samples here, so you can read them. Yeah, you can, look at them. Yeah, thank you, and the hackathon is ended.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Give a round of applause to the team once more. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, if you're getting in a group to build, please do so. Please maintain a maximum of 5 people per team to ensure you are highly productive. Also ensure everyone is contributing to that team. We are well so that you can collaborate and be efficient. Yeah. May the best team win. We'll group at around 5:30 today to present and see who has the best front-end solution. All right? If you have any question, I'll be around throughout the day. The guests will be around until 4. Feel free to reach out to any of us. And I think also Yvonne is here, Cindy is here. I can see a lot of people. Yes. Oh, Noise is here. Yeah. Even the rest who are not here, I'm sure they are quite around, so make sure that you reach out, don't get stuck and keep on. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kai Nji. I have a build here. I created using React, TypeScript, and Vue. So, okay, it's supposed to change the thing from night to day, and then free. But then you have rain effects in the background. And then when you click on the play music, that's what the music is. It's supposed to be like that, but it's, I created it so that can be someone who needs to give anything usually can do as for sleeping. It's also good. Yeah. And that's what if you need the source code, that is the link. Yeah, the source code is the link. Yeah. Okay. For the music on the
Yeah, the music, you can hear the music in the background. Yeah. For the rain effect, yeah. Yeah, you can hear the rain, but you can turn off the rain from here, like that, then like that. When you want to turn on the dark mode, you do like that. It becomes as if it's at night. Yeah, it was made by Jack and Yanji. Yeah, you can, and then you can take click the next song, then it will play, and you can turn on the rain, or you can like that. This is the source code. Oh, this button, this one. Oh, I'm very sorry. This button was supposed to be for the volume. I didn't have enough time to before I could make it work. Yeah, this one was supposed to increase the volume and decrease the volume. You can contribute and pull the request on my GitHub. Yeah, and so I'm only playing this music in my local machine. I don't have money to pay for an API to source the music. Yeah, yeah, that's all. You can take it. You can clone the project, and you can use an API and you play any music that you want. Yeah, thank you. That's all. Is there any question? Yeah? Yeah, it's responsive, as you can see. All the links here, all the links in this page are responsive. Yeah? On different devices. Yeah. Oh, this is a web app, but I used SAS to style it. But you can see if I decrease the window size, it's decreasing. So you can use it. It's being responsive. You can use it on the phone. You can see. I created it it's supposed to be a web app. Another question?
My question is
yeah.
for the assets.
Yeah.
Did you also come up with the assets, for instance, the groupings and the animations?
No, I didn't come up with the animations. Yeah. This is let me show you. this is a video playing. This is a video playing in the homepage, and then I used Redux as state management to turn off and turn on the rain when I click. When I click the button, I dispatch the rain, and then I turn off the rain. And this one is a button. It's infinite. It's an animation. Hi. Oh yeah, as I said, at night when I'm sleeping, I usually like lofi music, and it usually helps me when I'm about to sleep. And so I usually turn on music which has rain in the background, and so that I can sleep. Oh, okay. So I figured it's supposed today was for front end, so we were supposed to showcase maybe your skills in the front end, and then I used the video, this video, as evidence to that. Yeah. Did I answer your question? Any question? I did.
Yes, you have a question. Any other question?
Okay, thank you.
Hi, today we are presenting She's Safe. She's Safe, it's a web application where people are more secure and are taking control of their security using the blog post being shared by a person or an incident. So it's one story per time so that another person can learn from it. Apart from She's Safe, where people can share stories, we also give mentorship counseling programs to people who have been affected with the stories, with the incidents that are being reported, and also we give resources to people who are in need or for the cases that have been reported. So we did our UI UX design, and then we decided to implement the UI UX. So basically it's a web application. When you're accessing the web application, this is what you'll see, our about page. So one can able to share the story and able to learn from others. And your journey towards a safer Nairobi, because we are targeting Nairobi, we are starting small now. So for us, we enable a person to anonymously share their story using our USSD code prompt, and also enable community engagement with us. We provide predictive crime models and also travel insights to a person who is new to Nairobi, so that person can know what is happening in Nairobi. So here are the stories from our blog. If you want to go to Kitengela, you know that Kitengela, this place is not safe at this time, or there are other things that can be done. So after this, because we'll be using a USSD prompt to collect data, we'll have the admin dashboard. The dashboard will be as clear and detailed as possible for people, or for the people who are dealing with the data, so that they can get the data right instant. So one can view the reported cases, verified cases, and we'll also come up with a map showing a number of cases that are this place, and this data can be shared with the government officials or other schools or people who are vying for presidential seats, or a person who wants to invest in an area, and also the donations. And these are people who want to volunteer with us. Thank you. That's all about She's Safe. Any question?
I have a question.
Yes.
And is the platform only for I'm asking, is the platform only for use by ladies, or even gentlemen can use it? Or are you planning to do a He's Safe?
We decided to go by the name She's Safe because in most cases you'll find that women are more vulnerable to cases, and a woman can really try to to invest in their security. And also for a man, you can do this application for your sister. If your sister is coming to college to Nairobi, you can tell her about this application, or you can use this application even to advise your girlfriend on various places to visit.
Okay.
For the ladies, by ladies.
Anyway, I have a question.
Yes.
I see you are presenting via Google Meet.
Yes.
Is this your original project? Because the person presenting was training by Google Meet.
I am the one who created the project. This is my project, my own project. So my laptop does not have the cable. It's old-fashioned. That's why I used my partner's laptop to present.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So maybe if you could do this briefly, like identify two user persona and take us through the user journey of the platform. I'm on the further side here.
Okay, you're there.
Yeah.
So first of the thing is that you will have suffered, or you'll have been stolen for a phone, because our persona was a girl was going to Kariobangi to see her friend. She hurriedly got into a matatu that was not branded, not knowing that matatu was for thieves. In that matatu, her phone got stolen and she was stranded. Only if she knew that when you're in Nairobi, border matatus that are branded. So that will be our persona. So after that, being stolen for a phone, you'll hear about she's safe. You'll dial your SSD code, tell us that I was traveling to Kariobangi and this is the incident that happened to me. We'll get that story, verify that story about the matatu along Kariobangi and post it in our platform. This story will be shared to many other girls and other men who are trying to protect their girlfriends and sisters so that they cannot get it into the same case scenario. That's how we do She's Safe.
Okay, so it starts from the USSD.
Yes.
Then whatever link has been inputted there is being displayed in the blog, like in the platform.
Yes.
Okay, now I can.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, how are you going to verify that the information being shared is valid? Can't I use it for competition? For example, if my competitor is around the place and I want to cause havoc, can I use?
Okay. Basically, you've seen on our dashboard when you are reporting an incident, you are seeing the location of where the incident has happened. If I've gotten let's say 3 or 10 incidents from Kariobangi, I'll be sure of Kariobangi is not a safe place. So my team will go there and confirm the story is true, asking people around from there, verifying the story is true, and then we'll publish the story. And if the story is not true, we'll ban you from using our platform, because we want to make the place secure and you feel secure.
Okay, hi, Jacinta.
Hi, Kai.
I love the project. It's a nice idea, but I have a question.
Yes.
So, let's say, for example, it's more of like reading. It's more of like reading the blogs.
We have blogs and we also have prompts which you can subscribe to get prompts of the latest area updates that we've received from our users.
So it's prompts?
Yes, we have prompts and blogs.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So my question is, let's say for example, I am someone with disability, so I have a visual disability.
Yes.
Or I'm having like a disorder, like let's say autism or concentration disorder. I can't really sit down and read a whole blog to give me like details, or I can't see to read the blog. Maybe do you plan to integrate? Say like Africa's Talking has voice a day, something during the presentation in the morning. Also people who can't, let's say have concentration disorders. Do you have like a way you can simplify this knowledge or summarize this knowledge for them to understand? I know we have figures out there who have these disorders but still would want to be safe. So how are you trying to look for them disability side, or from how can these people do it, or even those who, yeah, from that perspective?
We had that when we were doing our idea formation. So first of all, with our blogs, we are going to make it such in a way that when you give it a first glance, you get the right content for it, as in the heading and just some 2 lines of sentence about what the story is, and also a slider of some images passing by so that your concentration is verified. And also in future, we might use a voice for you to just dial the voice and get the latest update on the security place that the latest update on the security of our given place. Yes.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Another question? Thank you,
Thank you so much. Good luck for the team.
Hi guys, I'm flying software engineer. This is Kim.
Hi, good afternoon. So my name is Gamaliel. I'm from the Geni team, or if utapenda sisi ndio wageni. So our project, so this is something we built today. We were part of yesterday UX hackathon. So I give you the persona. So picture yourself, you're a Mzungu. You have come to Kenya, you're only on a short trip, you have like a 3-day, maybe 1-week trip. When you're coming to Kenya, you probably need to get an M-Pesa number so that you can be able to buy. Because you cannot buy chapo from a Kibandaski with your American Express. It doesn't work, right? So our platform, what it's supposed to do is simplify the process of you don't have to go through the whole process of registering a new line and all those details that are needed before you're able to transact locally. So our platform is supposed to make it simpler for you to make payments locally without needing an extra number. So today's build, so I'll take you through the build. So definitely when you log in, that's how our screen looks like. So once you sign in, okay, definitely you'll fill in information, that's basic. Then once you've signed in, that's your dashboard. You're supposed to be able to add your card. So assuming you only have an American Express, you have maybe a Visa, you can top up. So by topping up, you can add your card. So this is something I will do in the backend hackathon from tomorrow. So you can add whatever card you have, the American Express or whatever, so that it can be easier now for you to top up your account here and now start the process of making payments. So once you've topped up your account, let's say you are now in this Kibandaski, you're buying chapati, you can go to transfer. So from transfer, you just enter the phone number ya simu ya that whoever is in the shop. Enter the phone number, you enter the amount you need to send, then you can send them the amount. No shortcuts, no nothing, just direct. If you also want to request money from someone you're locally, so assuming unataka mtu akutumie cash in shillings, you can also go to receive. So technically you'll be requesting money. Enter the phone number of whoever you want, the amount. So with this, what happens is it will initiate an SDK request, and whoever wants to top up your account, you can check the status. Then, of course, these are things we'll now implement with the backend hackathon, and then, yeah, you can receive your payment. So this is basically how the front-end UI should work. So I think I was clear enough. I'm expecting questions. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, awesome presentation. So I wanted to ask, so if I've gotten it right, this basically fintech app that allows you to do like currency exchange. Is that correct?
Technically, yes, but it's part of it's okay. We have that feature.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay. Now, given the use case that you started with, are there any are there any similar platforms that are doing what you guys are doing, or if they are, what is the unique thing that you're looking at that maybe will set you guys apart?
We are making it easier for. I was giving an example. Umetoka, you're straight from Texas, US to Texas, Nairobi, our Texas. So umeenda kwa kibandaski. You don't need to get a phone number, and it's supposed to be easier for you to just start transacting immediately without, a lot of fuss.
So what you're trying to say is that currently in that space, you have to register online. There is no other platform that is doing exactly what you guys are proposing to do.
Okay.
So far, I don't think I've heard of one. Maybe you guys have heard of a platform like that, but yeah.
Okay, come on here then. That's already good. Another question?
Okay, so for me, it will just be a comment on your UI. So I really like the design. It's quite simplistic, and now the outcome of that is you have a lot of white space, which I feel like when using this, it can be a bit painful to the eye. So maybe for the white space, you can think of adding some patterns or just something to fill up the space. You don't need to add new buttons or anything because the simplistic design is quite good. But you can think of ways of reducing the whiteness. So maybe adding a gradient or just some background. So yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you. Tutafanya.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. And it's quite interesting because this challenge I face the same challenge. So this is like the solution I could have used last week.
Oh.
Yeah. But I see you have just dollars there. Are there plans to incorporate other currencies? So for example, I'm from Nigeria and I have a Naira card. Can I use it in the same fashion?
Yeah, definitely. We'll just push changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then on the previous screen where, if you could go back a bit.
Where?
Yeah, to send money. Yeah, so putting in my phone number. What phone number would that be? My local phone number?
No, the person you want to send money to. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't need a phone number.
Okay. So if I'm from a different country and I need to spend money here in Kenya, how am I able to do that via your platform?
You will add your card and top up. You'll add your card from here and then top up your account in your wallet on this app.
Okay, so you do the currency conversion on the platform?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
This is not like necessarily a question, but just to add on what they've said about that, you don't need to. You just add your card, and then you top up the amount that you want, and then you can be able to send that money to anyone who has a line of any service that is available in the country. So you don't necessarily need to have a line or a Safaricom number to be able to transact to the platform. So that is what makes it easy to use.
Another question?
One, two.
Hi.
Hi.
Awesome stuff. So 2 questions. One, what
used to manage the currency rate. Say, for example, is giving, he has Naira, but he wants to send someone in Kenya shillings. And then, two, does the user, the recipient, do they need to have an application or just a mobile wallet?
Okay, they'll definitely need the application to make the transactions.
No, I'm saying, from one sending to you, you don't have the application.
No, it's supposed to make it easy for you, the foreigner, to make transactions locally. So the local, yeah, yeah, the other users. First, it's I give you my phone number, you send me money. I don't need the app.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The first question.
Uh-huh.
How do you manage currency rates?
We'll work on that. Just stick around. Kesho tutakuonyesha.
Cool.
No, we are not. You don't need a phone number anywhere. As
I'm a friend of yours. I'm using your app. How will the money get from the app to someone's phone number? Are we using a method or?
Yeah, there are so many ways. I mean, we are in Africa stocking. They also have their APIs. I mean, there are so many ways we can integrate it. So it's not a big deal. So we have APIs that work. We have M-Pesa Daraja. We have banks that also do that. They have their APIs. So there are a number of ways we can, go about that. Yeah.
One more question. That will be the final question. Hi.
Hi.
Awesome idea. I just wanted to know, is like what I'm sending, am I able to view the currency exchange?
Yeah, there's this exchange section. So we'll add that section. You'll be able to see the exchange rates. It's supposed to be open and obvious so that you can see how much it will cost you exchanging from one currency to another.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I like the idea. So, just to clarify, like I'm seeing image.
No, it's not an image. It's the actual application running on the phone.
Oh, it's the actual application?
Yeah, this is the actual application.
Oh.
Yeah.
Last one. Here. So just a suggestion, as opposed to just having the app to M-Pesa, how about integrating pay bills to M-Pesa, everything you can do from the app?
Yeah, definitely. Now that's a feature request, so we'll...
Yeah, because I don't think anyone has done that yet.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for that idea.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Round of applause for the team.
Next team. Good evening, guys. My name is Jesse Bandia. I'm a student at the Faculty of Engineering. I'm doing civil engineering, and I'm currently in my final year. Yeah. So actually, this is my first hackathon I ever participated in. But actually, I read the title. It was reading about front-end engineering. So I sat down, thinking of something about front-end. Of course, coming up with those solutions. So I used the Next.js as my front-end, as my 12-minute server-side rendering, and also I used React.js, and also I used combination of Material UI and Tailwind CSS. The library is called Material Tailwind. So that thing which I've added from in the website is about the voice recognition assist. So now for those guys who've been in tech, I know most of us are familiar with Alan AI, which is a third-party library for AI, and we normally use it to integrate in our apps in terms of to use voice recognition for daily uses. But now the problem is that you have to subscribe. You're only been given a month free trial. After that, you need to upgrade, yeah. But now I sat down and I tried my best to create my own voice recognition from scratch, like without this involving the third party. Yeah. So just going through the GitHub README, it's okay. I've made it in the form of an e-commerce, but simply it's just an app which I've tried to fetch my repos using API, GitHub API. So for those guys who are looking forward to, of course, you know, you are good in doing React, but you know, React sometimes is only based in UI, but when it comes to loading data, it's a lag behind. So on a core force to unde server-side rendering, or you know, JS Teams can be tedious. So that's when now Next.js comes in. So I'm using Next.js to help me fetch the API on real time. I'm using React.js for frontend, of course, Tailwind CSS, Material UI, and Material Tailwind. I'll be using Firebase, which will be tomorrow for authentication. I'm using Redux for state management, obviously it's from Emotion, and I'll also be using online payment, backend now should be tomorrow, using the Raj API, Safaricom. So there will be registration, shopping, cart management, checkout, also voice recognition. Some challenges, some of the browsers are not compatible with the voice, or are not compatible, they don't supporting the voice. Then sometimes there's what you call misinterpretation. So whenever you say cat, the cat of cat, the one of e-commerce, but I think now the machine reads this in form of CUT, cat. So now quite like to bring some challenges there. So importance of voice recognition is accessibility, convenience, and productivity boost. So getting started, all those are there. So I've got a couple of screenshots of how the website look like. So don't worry. This is just, I was just trying to come up with a README. So the app is live and running. Funny thing is that I've tried my best to apply the CI/CD, which was supposed to be done tomorrow, to make sure the app is live. So yeah, so coming here, we have deployed it on GitHub pages. It's GitHub Actions. You can go there. You'll see. Yes. That's what I'm heading to. As you can see, there are a couple of fails. So this one may quite success, the third one. So there's a link here now for the deployment. This is the homepage. Like I said, it's like in form of an e-commerce, but it stores my repo. So I'm using Next, React, JavaScript, Tailwind, Material, Redux, blah, blah, all those. So for those who are asking, how about the responsiveness? Of course, it's responsive. If I try to reduce, this site looks on small devices. Yeah. Then, like I said, on the bottom there'll be a button to allow for you to talk. So once you click on that button, it must check first if the browser itself is compatible to voice recognition or not. It must give you an alternative. You can either use another browser or update the one you have. So going to the show page, this is where you can see these are my repo. So I'm just fetching them from my GitHub. They are using the API for GitHub under my username. So we can decide to buy direct here, either via WhatsApp or via email, which they are linked with my email, WhatsApp, but that will be done tomorrow. You can also add to cart. Of course, I'm using Redux, but now I'm using persist Redux, not only Redux. This is because whenever you try to refresh your page, you'll see the cart is you are still having that one item. So yeah, that's the goodness of having persist Redux rather than having only React Redux. So if you open our cart, you see the item which has been added. Of course, I've read the logic of calculations. So now you have got total, you have got the price of that, which is 15. Underneath the name of the product, there's some sub calculations. So if there are one price multiplied by the quantity, so if I increase quantity, so you can see here, it has just multiplied. Here from the bottom side, that's the total. So let me just add another item for further illustration. Let me add to cart that way. So you can be able also to click to view the product on its own. You can also buy from here, or you can click here to view from GitHub. So you can also proceed to check out here. So if now, like I said, I'll integrate Safaricom M-Pesa API, the Daraj API I mean. So you cannot pay without filling the form in a check. So let me just put some dummy to allow me. So if you click this one, it will give you that pop-up to ask you. Of course, there's some backend side. So you just enter your phone number without that plus. Then to send you an SDK push for confirmation. Your work there will be just to enter the PIN. Yeah. Then of course, like I say, you shall also have, okay. Come on. Don't know why it says just that, okay. It's open for me. So like I said again, you shall have also authentication. User can log in. Can also register. This is our login page. Now it's not working because it wasn't for backend for this day. You can also reset your password if in case you have forgotten the password. You can also sign up if you don't have an account with us. So one last illustration. If you go back to home, so let me now use my my tool. Let me just say my eye. So to start, you need first to make sure you click this button here. So it will give like just in a blink. That shows eco ready. And you look at the tab there on the tab of the browser. In a connection, indicate as if it's recording, as you can see. So now I've trained it in a way that in a just specific terms to go. For example, I want to proceed kwa shopping page. So shall proceed in your page. Because it's the word shop. Scroll down. Scroll down. Next. So now I'm being the next page. So you look at page 2, page 1, and get page 2. Next. Back. Scroll up. View directory web. So you can be if you go one specific product. View directory web. Add. And add to cart. Open. Clear. Stop. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Is there a question?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it needs a good choice, right? Okay. 1, 2, 3. You need to appreciate it in a way that, this is an amazing presentation, right? Just do that once more before I open the questions. I'm going to take 3 questions. One from Michiro, 2 from the Fahim, this one, and this one. So I'm only taking 3 questions. So the first one to raise the hand up. Okay, I have one here. The other side of the board. Any question? I have another question there. Any question here? Okay. I'm going to ask one question, but let's listen to it first.
Hi.
So I have a question. So the question is, forget about public records for the private levels. So then the levels is the rules of the private, because if it's all public, according to the directive, so
the main logic here, I was trying to do what to call sort of e-commerce. That was one thing I was trying to do. Secondly, to show you the importance of Next.js, the way it loads when you have got many data. I can assure you, if you were to use only React, in terms of loading an API with a lot of data like for the it might take a lot of time to load with React only. So like imagine my app loads faster because it's an Next, your apps are React. Of course, all of them have got good user interface, but the customer comes into your app in a load faster. Do you think that one time wait to load those app proceed? You have to give up a end after another e-commerce. Ama? Yeah, so that one's just for testing purpose. I'm not selling, I'm just trying to use API to load those data.
But in future, since using your repo store,
I'm not. So just for testing purpose.
My question is on the one you mentioned you are attempting to retrieve your model. So could you talk us through how you were able to train it to recognize your accent and your voice?
Okay, fine. Allow me just to give you a quick view of what I did. So for the guys who have been familiar with React guys, you normally have index.js file, normally have app.js. So obviously the index is the primary root file for your project, while the app.js is the secondary. So so with routing, like all the routes, you normally keep them inside the app.js file. Am I right or wrong? And that means all the components, you have to call them inside app.js for them to assign them those routings. So that's where now I can come up with only one variable and pass it through the inside app.js. I create one variable, and to be easy for me to pass through all the components that can be easily accessible to all the components. And like with next.js, it's not the same case, because the next you have got only one secondary. I'm talking about 13.5 next. Layout.js file. You only have only one main, and it's different from the one of React, because inakwanga ni iko wrapped within a body but under children. So there's no way you can pass those. You can pass those props inside children. So now the trick here is one. You have to look the way you can come up with the main route. The main route you can come up with a way whereby you can sound as initiate. Let me just share my codes a little bit. If I go to code, so let me go to the root file and app folder inside layout.js. Yeah, so now let me start from here. So as you can see, these are just the loyalty score, use speech recognition that's being used. So now there was an issue here. Just go to, we have to export to extract two variables, which is transcript and the reset transcript. The work for transcript, whenever I say words, now those words, the word that's normally take from you, it takes through this variable transcript. So now when I tell it stop, it means it has to clear the transcript. That's now the reset transcript comes in. Is it okay there? Okay.
Okay. My question was how you trained the model.
Oh, how I trained. Okay, fine. So I just used the React hook easily, as you can see from there. Here, let me scroll. It just goes straight to the point. So see, that's the basic. This is not everything here, but it's a sample of how I trained it. So I just used the React hook, use effect hook, but obviously I have to trigger by using transcript with other variables, obviously for navigation history and this is scrolling. So the one which is important there is the transcript. So whenever I talk, it triggers your use effect. So inside now my use effect, one of the condition I put there, like some of the condition. Now within the transcript, the word should be, now I'm telling the computer, the word should be hearing from a person. Whenever you hear the word stop, kindly I call the function owner stop handle. Then from there, I reset, I clear everything that guy said. To not continue recording or whatever you are saying. Else if, whenever you hear the word back, what do? History.back, take one step back. For the mobile guys, it's -1. I'm talking of React Native guys. And then whenever you hear the word shop, you need to go to this navigation. Is it okay from there? Thank you.
One last question. One last question. Okay. Thank you, Jesus, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen,
the last thing I would want to say, like I said, Jesse Bandia, the one who's looking forward, to work, to partner with a project. Like I just show you, I'm just a junior full stack developer. Yeah, I build both mobile. I'm also on back end, front end, but majorly more of web, especially Next.js. Yeah, this is my portfolio. You can contact me through here. You can also make your own order if you want to work with me. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Mugambi Javan, and I'm here to present a simple blog page that I created from yesterday, and I simply named it blog. A quick tech stack about the project. The project is called, the tech stack about my project is I've used, for my front end, I've used Next.js, styled it with Tailwind and a little bit of SCSS. And, okay. Why is it using the same display? Yeah. So I ensure that this is my README, but doesn't matter. So basically this is what the blog page looks like. We are on top here we have the categories of the different types of blogs that might be posted on the blog page. We have the featured posts below them, and then we have 2 quick blog posts. And on the right side, we have a recent post and also another category section. So when I click continue reading, you view the full blog page, the full blog with the story, the author, and the date. Also, this is the author, should be the author's image, his name, and the bio. And also, you can leave a comment. For example, we can say nice, and we can leave a name and Gmail at the same time. And we can save it for the next time we leave a comment. And once you submit a comment, it will be submitted to the backend for a review, and after it has been reviewed, it will be pushed to the front end. So on the categories, you can view different categories. For the events, I have the Safaricom Summit, and for passion, I have the Formula 1 post. So that's a simple front end project that I came up with. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. My question is, what inspired the background?
Oh, the background is a video. The background.
Yeah, the process behind choosing that background.
The background. Oh, I just chose a video background, but I can edit it to be a single post or a video. It just depends on what might intrigue the end user.
Another question?
My question would be, with the many various platforms for blogging, what really inspire you to sort of reinvent the wheel? What is unique about the blog?
Just making it simple and easy to use. Just short and brief, huh? Short and brief.
It seems like there's another question. Yeah. Round of applause for the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Priscilla Adhiambo, and
this solution comes from a personal story. So I usually have irregular periods. So there's this time I had stayed for 5 months and I had not had my periods. And the first fear is usually pregnancy. I was like, could I be pregnant? So I had that test and it had been negative. Now, this was my second biggest fear. Could I be infertile? So this was really eating at my mind, and I was really, really scared. And I had to go to a hospital to get the test done. And I went to this hospital, let me keep it anonymous. And I went there, and as a tech, the first thing you'll do, you'll go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, what are the causes for missing periods? And then it will tell you pregnancy, it will tell you fibroids, it will tell you cancer. So I had all these ambiguous causes that could have been causing this issue. So I had the idea in my head. So I went to this hospital, and at this hospital, I was told the consultation fee is 2,000. So I paid the 2,000, and I was allowed to go to see the doctor. So I told the doctor, I've missed my periods for 5 months. So this doctor tells me it could be a cause for pregnancy, or it could be any other cause. So you'll go and pay 1,000 for a pregnancy test, and another 3,000 for a CT scan to check if you have fibroids or these other issues. So I had paid 2,000 to be told something ChatGPT had already told me. So it was really traumatizing, and this is why I have this solution. So the first thing is find your personal doctor. So this personal doctor, when someone comes to this platform, they could be having any issue that could be affecting them. So if you come and you get started, and then you put your details, and then you can sign up if you don't have an account, but then you can log in. So if you've logged in, you're going to get categories of different issues that people have. So for my case, if I needed to see a gynecologist, I could just come here and find a gynecologist. I could tell the person my issue, and then they could advise me and what test I will need. So for this, let's say if you need a neurologist, if you have a mental issue. So you come and click the neurologist, and then you're going to see the types of diseases that she deals with. And so if, for example, you have concussion, or if you usually have epilepsy, and sometimes these kinds of issues are usually stigmatized. So someone might stay for long without going to the hospital because they do not want to get stigma. So this is why they would come to this platform and then get an appointment. And then you select a date that you want to get an appointment. And then, let's say you want to get the Saturdays and Sundays, there are no days for that. So that's, and then you can select the time. Let's say 4. Yeah. So from that, you can submit. Yeah, so that's basically the interface, the landing page, and then you find the doctor specifically for your issues. If it's mental health, if it's fertility, if it is brain issues, you just come there and find the specific doctor for your issue. And then from there you book an appointment, and then from there you will be able to get the solution that you need within the given time. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So it's a nice project also, but I have a question. So currently we have the issue of how do we verify that the doctors that you have at the site are good, even with the current issue that is trending, taking it for 16 years. How are you planning to have it on your website that if I'm scheduling an appointment with a doctor, it's a certified doctor? So that's my first one.
Okay. So we have a form on this site. So in this form, when you're registering as a doctor, you'll be, for now, our verification will be a license, a medical license. So that will be the only thing we'll be verifying with at the moment. But advancing, we'll find other ways to make sure we do not get quacks on our site.
Oh, okay, sure. And then also we have the ethical landscape of dealing with sensitive personal data and sensitive things. Like recently we've also seen sensitive politician data being leaked on public platforms. So how safe is my data, and how are you planning to navigate the ethical landscape of dealing with sensitive medical data?
Okay, that's a good question. So personally for me, if I have an issue, I will not want to talk to a bot because ChatGPT told me I could be having cancer. So the good thing about our platform, we are not gathering private data. If you look at this, sign up form, we are only getting your name, which someone can lie. We do not want your actual name actually. So your age and the password. So we're not dealing with private data. So if you book an appointment, you'll be able to be reached out, and then you'll have a one-on-one with the doctor. Does that answer your question?
It kind of answers, but also me giving out my age. Age is personal. I don't know how you're doing it, but age is personal data. From my own perspective, age is pretty personal data. But yeah, I understand. Maybe this is something you can think of when you're building your application in the future. Also, is it like a paid service, or how do you plan to monetize it?
Okay, so the business model is when people go to hospitals, you pay, let's say, 2,000 for an appointment, but here it will be subsidized. Perhaps you could be paying 100, because people might be booking random appointments and not fulfilling them. So let's say 200 for an appointment. And then the good thing is, if you have a chat with the doctor, they'll be able to book you for an appointment. They'll tell you you need this test. So they'll still have value for their time.
Okay, sure.
Hi.
Hi.
For your service, is it a paid service?
For our service?
Yeah. Is it a paid service for me to use?
Yeah, you pay to get the appointment.
I pay to get the appointment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. It's funny because I was thinking about the same thing, but one of the challenges that I got when I was thinking about the same solution is that what if right now I need the services, so, and then I get to see the doctor. So what guarantees me next time that I will probably pass through your app to visit the doctor, rather than contacting the doctor directly? Because the first time I get a session with the doctor, I'll be able to book, to get the contact details from the doctor. So anytime I can just call the doctor and get to see if he's available to see me.
So that's the aspect of someone coming to the site once and then getting the doctor and then never requiring our app again, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in that aspect, what we provide is assurance. Let's say, for example, in my situation, I had to check about 7 other hospitals that provided the service I needed, and they are quite expensive. So first, we are providing convenience in terms of finding first the doctors, and then the second one we've not yet considered how to retain the people, like to keep coming back. So perhaps if someone has that idea, yeah. Okay.
Maybe a simple question, like let's say I'm a doctor, I'm being paid 3,000 per session for, like if someone comes to hospital, I'm paid 3,000. What will make me leave with 3,000 and sign up to your site where I'm paid 200 shillings? What will be the thing to attract doctors?
Okay, so initiatives some hospitals have is free consultation, and you've also had people saying, you also have optical hospitals telling you for a free eye checkup, right? So why people do free consultation and free eye checkups and all free is because they get leads of clients, of potential clients. So it won't mean that you leave your 3,000. It will mean that you'll tell me this is a potential for this, and this is the test you need. So they'll come to our site for leads of clients. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, guys.
Hello. So I'm Sylvia.
My name is Keith Brian.
So for our solution, we came up with you're building a mobile application for a smart parking system. So our solution aims to make use of IoT sensors to make drivers aware of the available parking spaces in a certain location. So let's say, for example, Nairobi, we have different locations. Maybe you're in Lavington or you're in CBD. You might want to know the number of available parking spaces in an area, and if you want to park your vehicle, the location and how you can go ahead and find that area. So we came up with a system, with a mobile app to guide the driver on that. He'll explain about the development.
So our solution is an IoT-based system that currently we know that if you own a vehicle, it's a hassle to get parking spaces around Nairobi. So what if we could have an IoT-based system that can tell you a number of parking spaces are available around you and you can navigate through there. So with our system, you can continue as an admin or as a driver. So if I continue as an admin, I'll be able to see a number of vehicles parked in a certain spot. So this is the front end, and we intend to have an IoT system that will be able to detect this one. So, and let me show you what will appear on the driver's side. So as per the screen, we can see that at Nairobi GPO, we have like 6 parking slots left. So this one can help you navigate there. So this is what we've done so far, and we are looking forward to implement the IoT solution for the backend tomorrow. We are open to questions.
Any questions from the team?
How accurate will be the sensors or the solution? Let's say I was going to the GPO one, and by the time I'm on the ground floor, maybe it's a parking that is in the upper floor. So by the time I'm on the ground floor, there's someone who leads me to the parking spot, and it probably was the last spot.
Oh yeah, I get your point. So we intended to implement a platform where you can book, like, and you pay like a 10% for your slot to be booked, and after you navigate there and park your car, you'll pay the remaining 90%. So after which, like, the 10% has a time slot, say like 10 minutes. If you're not there, you may end up.
Any other question?
Oh, thank you so much.
Hi guys. How are you? Okay, my name is Hupanjeri and I'm here to represent the team T Health. I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Faith Victoria.
Hi, I'm Fauzia Omala.
Sorry?
Fauzia Omala.
Okay. From our presentation yesterday, you remember that our hospital management system aids to make the processes at hospitals faster. So we have implemented our UI designs that we created yesterday. And just to give you a recap, our problem statement is that when you go to the hospital, you have to carry a lot of documents, especially if you have a very tough illness. you'll have a lot of MRI, CT scans, and all those documents that you can't remember. And you also can't remember the last dosage you were given, since we have like problems with our memory. So our card is here to help you remember all this information just by a tap. So tomorrow we are going to show you how we are going to use our card to just make this process so efficient for you. Yeah, for today, this is our user interface. Our project is called T-Health, and yeah, it's for the hospitals because it's a hospital management system. Okay, so the first thing on our page, the hospitals will be able to see how many patients they had that day and also the previous day. And they can also backdate it as much as they want since it will be there in the database. And then this page also contains the patient's information. On this page, you can search for a specific, a specific patient. Yeah, and you can also add a patient. When a patient visits the hospital, you just tap this green button there on the screen, as you can see. Yeah, and then you have this page where you can add their information. Any questions? That's it for front-end engineering. We used Flutter to develop this system. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, I do have a question for you guys. Given that in the marketplace we already have systems such as this, we have, for example, like Flutterwave, we're already doing this with hospitals. How do you guys plan to compete against them, and what is your
unique selling point? Yeah. Okay. Our unique selling point is that this whole system ensures that there are no queues in the hospital because the patient data is in a card. We are using IoT to implement this. So every moment you step into a hospital with our card, they just tap and they have your medical history. They don't have to keep questioning you, oh, when did you last go? Which hospital? What did they do? They already have that data. Yeah, that's the unique selling point, the card. And we're going to show it tomorrow once we do backend and also infrastructure. Yeah, this is just the front end.
Thank you. Any other question?
But if I ask as a user, you're storing my previous history data, right?
Yes.
So, like, how sure am I that my data will not be leaked to the public, like what we saw last week on Twitter?
Okay. You see, the same way your M-Pesa PIN is so private to you. To access this card, you also have a PIN, and that's how you store your data safely. You're the only one who can access it. The same way, Safaricom, they don't steal your money just because they're the ones who run the M-Pesa thing. So you'll have your own PIN, you enter it, and that's how. Yeah. That's okay. All right, thank you.
Any other question?
What integrations do you intend to do with your app since you have that? Like how will that connect to, let's say, a patient and then your system? I'm assuming it will be used by hospital personnel.
Yeah, okay, so for this HMIS, the hospital management system, it's going to be used by the doctors and the nurses and the pharmacists, but the card belongs to the person who's, the patient. So the system is being sold to the doctors and then the card is being paid for by the patient. Yeah, is that the question? Yeah, so we are getting revenue from the hospital and also from the patients since they are paying for the card.
I meant like I guess now for the cards you need to do integrations, let's say with card readers.
Yeah. It's all IoT. We are using IoT. We are going to show you tomorrow the backend because we're also using Africa Stocking APIs, like for SMS. And also, during the infrastructure day, we are going to show you how our IoT devices look like because we already have a prototype. Yeah.
Yeah, the question is, let's say, for example, me, I'm always, for example, today I'm in Nairobi, tomorrow I'm in Kisii. I registered in Nairobi, tomorrow I got sick in Kisii. I travel to Kisii back. How will the system assist me?
Oh, it will assist you because your data will always show up in any hospital. Like, it's not restricted to a region. It's not only working in Nairobi. It's also in Kisumu. And that's why it's an advantage because once you go to Kisumu, they don't have to call the hospital in Nairobi to ask for your details. You already have the details. The data is already there in your card.
Meaning that the hospital I'm going to be attended in Kisii will have the same system?
No, they don't have to have our HMIS. They only need to they need that thing that reads data for them to access your data.
Okay.
So I have a question. Said that to access the card, it has a PIN.
Yeah, your PIN.
So what happens in the case of like an emergency? Maybe I'm not conscious to be able to input my PIN.
Further developments. Since data is too secret, it's like a secret. You wouldn't want anyone to access it. You can share it with your relatives, but since it's too sensitive, we've not. That's your option. If you think that your mother needs a PIN, you can share it. But since medical information is too sensitive, that's up to you.
Okay. And also, is like when the hospital accesses my data, are they able to retain a copy, or after the session is over, they no longer have access?
Yeah, after the session, the data only stays in the card. They can only read it to help you.
Okay, so it only persists during the session?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Elvis. I'm here representing Expresso at the checkout. Have you ever been in a position whereby you are in a supermarket and there's a long queue, yet you have some small items? Like you have, let's say for example, you have one basket and the people in front of you have got large carts. So for us, we are providing a solution whereby you can just scan your items and then pay and go. Let me just take you through on how the mobile application works. So here's the onboarding screen. You'll be required to log in because you're trying to implement our application to be used in different supermarkets. We already implemented some backend functionalities. It's already connected to the cloud. So once you log in, this will be the front page, and here is where you'll be on the shop. It's where you'll be tapping in order for you to add items on the cart. We'll be scanning a QR code that will be provided. Scan the QR code, and then the product will automatically be added into your cart. I'll just demonstrate it to you tomorrow. And here you'll be able to check out using your favorite method of payment. Let's say, for example, right now we are integrating M-Pesa and the pay for cards. On the homepage, you'll be able to top up your wallet and they'll be able to get the receipts, and then here's the receipts. And then up here, when you enter a supermarket, you'll be able to get their offers instead of you walking around and just looking. They'll just be able to post their offers, you just check, and you can go to the aisle. You'll be able to check your transaction history and print your receipts. I think that's all. Any questions? Providing the microphone, I can see a few hands up. Yeah, yeah. Right now we are developing some sensors that can be provided to the supermarket. Once you walk out, it will be able to be detected that that thing has not been paid for. So it will take an alarm. I'll try and make it work tomorrow.
Another question?
I'll ask the question on the offer.
Yes.
So a user can come and check the offers that are available on the app, right?
Not the app will be, let's say for example, it will be exclusively available for particular supermarkets that are registered with them. So once they check the offer, it will be for that supermarket.
Okay, so if I want to check offers for Quick Mart, I can come to the app then.
Yes. We are working on a system where you can just walk into a supermarket and then you will scan a QR code, another QR code for the supermarket to provide a base URL for the mobile application to pull their products into the application.
Okay, isn't that a lot of work? Because imagine Quick Mart when I'm doing offers by SMS, so I can get them while I'm still at home before I even think about it. So how does that make it good?
I think it takes more convincing.
I mean, chapo is 29, you know how chapati looks.
Ukiona chapati na SMS ama ukiona na picha ndio unatamani.
I have a question. Like, once you've checked out on the application, you can check out on the supermarket POS.
Not really, it will be integrated with the POS so that the product inventory will reflect there, it has been deducted, and then you will have your own receipts. You can just show the soldier you have paid for it.
Alright, thank you for the presentation. Round of applause. Next presentation. Next presentation, please.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so on behalf of the team, this is T-Max, and we are here to present our booklet. This is an application where I believe the guy to tell us. And yeah, so I'm Hideki Mano, Ismail, and Baraka. The rest of the team is over there.
So hello guys, Bookit is your one stop shop. Okay, we are trying to simplify booking services. Like right now, the booking services we have, for example, in banks and hospitals, somehow they are limiting because you have to go there physically so that you can book a position on the queue. Like, kama unataka kwenda kwa bank and you need to do like a cash deposit, you must go to the bank, book a position on that. I don't know what it's called, but you get it. So you
have to book physically with your ticket number. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to ease this for you, so you'll be able to do this remotely. So for example, let's get started. You have Jamhuri Motors, so Bookit will be able to be used by companies. So you as a company, when you use Bookit, you'll be able to add your services here, and then your customer you can give your customer something like a QR code, actually not something, you can give them a QR code. When they scan a QR code, they'll be able to get to this page where they see the services that you're offering. So for example, let's say here at Jamhuri Motors, we want to get this grid system inspection service. So when you click on it, you'll be asked to join the queue. So you add your name, let's say, let me add my own name, email, number, and then you can add your preferred service time, like the time when you feel you're comfortable to get that service. So for example, let's add 3:30, and you join the queue. So when you join the queue, you'll be told the number of people who are waiting in line to get to you, and you'll also be told the estimated waiting time. So if you feel like it's comfortable for you, you can book a position in the queue. So let's say you book a position in the queue, and you'll be told your ticket number is, for example, A54, and then you can get an SMS notification that will be based on the service time, that your preferred service time, and also the queue, your position on the queue. So basically that's Bookit. Any questions? Yeah, I think I can hear you. Okay, so for us, we are trying to create something that can be used across many businesses. So you see, for Huduma Center, it's just for Huduma Center, but with Bookit, you get an opportunity it can be used across all businesses. So we are trying to do this to like help businesses, and then for, yeah, basically that's it. Have I answered yet?
Okay, I'm here on the right, I think it's, for me, it's like it's a good idea. I hate it when you have to go to the bank and then take your ticket number and then sit for about 2 hours. It's easier for me to just get my ticket from the house, then go at that specific time. So I don't have a question. I think it's just a good idea.
Thank you so much.
Okay, a simple question. Yeah, at the right. As in, like, let's say we have, let's take an example of KCB branch Gikomba, right? So we have me, a 20-year-old who can do it from home, right? And then we have that old mama selling skuma there. He wants to go and let's say withdraw because of the money. Will it not be disadvantageous to her because as you are seated at your home and you are there in the line before, and she was there at the bank. She has to reach at the bank so that she can make the queue.
So remember, this is just a queue. So when even in a bank, physically, when you get to a bank and then your ticket number is called and you're not there, they have the right to skip you if you are not there. So if you book it from the comfort of your home and you're not there, and there's someone who is physically there, the admin has the right to skip you. So I feel like it would be much of a disadvantage to them all.
Can't you have a USSD option whereby like someone can book it from like a USSD? I think it would be more advantageous. It should be more fair.
Okay, so we look into that then.
Yeah, hi. Seems like you're right. Awesome. Cool. Next solution. So my question is, does it have a reminder? Say booked for Saturday 4 p.m. I get hectic, I forget. Do I get a reminder to my calendar, my phone?
Yeah, sorry, my laptop just ran out of power, but in the last page where there was a ticket, there was a button there to get an SMS notification, so you get a reminder.
So the reminder comes like 30 minutes or an hour before.
So you'll be able to set that, so you have options.
Okay.
So assuming two people or three are get selected at the same time, like to repeat it, you put something to say like this time I'm going to repeat it, I have not seen from the presentation of it.
Well, I don't track that. Okay, the possibility of that happening is true, considering that not everyone can book at the same time. But as well, we look into an algorithm so that based on the first request to meter. So we're going to take the first person who booked the session to be up at the clip.
No, maybe most of people are working 9 to 5. Most people at 5 they don't fulfill. Most go to supermarket. Like last time, most people go to supermarket. There is always in between from 5 to sugar. Like that traffic in our hospital. So one thing to be lower from that scenario.
Well, as I said, there is a first in, first out. First in, first out. You're going to look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. If you can add on that, okay, as you know, like the way investor handles their transaction, like there is something called the deadlock. So maybe let me say we are trying to access to free what is inside. So one will have to be held. For example, is a so then it is so again, it's the same thing. But I think I have to bond it, so I think we handle that in the back. Thank you.
So thank you, that was bookings.
Thank you so much for our teams that presented. Give a lot of applause. That was a great presentation. I have a few comments about what has been presented. So, ideally, when you think about any solution is software driven, don't think so much about the technology. It's okay to use the best available technology, but think about how any user, either tech savvy or not, how they interact with the solution. Because with that, that's where you are able to see how you can use that as a solution. Either you're tech savvy or not. And guess what? The people who pay for tech savvy solutions are non-tech savvy, isn't it? Most of you here, I don't know, how many of you pay for software? I'm sure of that. How many of you have a budget for software? You know what? ChatGPT. How many of you are paying for ChatGPT? We have one there. You see. So it doesn't matter, how you use React or whatnot. And the beauty of it is that if you present the solution, you can always tell if the technology you use is really good or you understand what you're doing. But with what you guys presented, I think most of you really did a good job. So regardless of who you guys judge to be the winner, most of you did a decent job. So without further ado, we'll start our voting because I see also guys on our side. And then from that point, we'll be able to announce a few things, especially for tomorrow. So we have Lima, we have Lo-Fi Music, we have She's Safe, we have Geni, we have Jabi AI, we have Mugambi. Where is Mugambi? Mugambi? What was the name of the solution? Then, what is the name of the solution? Blog. Named Mugabe blog. There we have find your personal doctor, you have smart parking, you have T-Health, and then you have express shopper, and book it, close it. Anyone missed? No? Okay. So we'll start with the book it, and we'll go from this side to this side. Are you ready? Are you ready? So book it, please stand up quickly so that people can remember you. Book it. They disappeared. You move from this side to that side. Okay, that's book it. How many of you vote for book it by show of hands? Starting from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 votes. 7 votes. Express shopper, please stand up so that we see you. Express shopper. I'm not be here about San Francisco. When in San Francisco, if something good happens, people clap. But anyway, that's it. So we vote from this side, going this side. You guys are allowed to vote. You are also guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 votes. You have TL, please stand up. All the team members, that is TL, that's the team. We'll vote from this side, we'll to this side. I show hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 votes. I'll begin your mark. We have smart parking. Please stand up. Smart parking. We're just team of 2. Okay, we'll go from this side going to this side. The show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and my vote 16. Then you have find your personal doctor. Please stand up. You are a team of 1. You are a team of 1. Okay. By show of hands, will come from this side, going to this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 votes. Then we have Mugambi blog. Please stand up, Mugambi and team. This is the team of 1. Okay, we'll vote from this side, going to this side. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 votes. Give me a vote. Then we have Jabi. Am I saying it right? Why is Jabi AI? Jabi AI. Yami AI. Yami AI. The team of 1. All right. Go from there. This team is already ready to vote. Go from this side to this side. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Team of 3, okay? So we'll go from this side, go to this side, by show of hands. I'll count you the ones at the back. If you saw that solution, please, and this. It's good. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 votes. Here we go. I don't know coffee in Kyoto. She is safe. She is safe. She is safe. She is safe. A team of 1. A team of 2. I'll count from this side to the left. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 votes. You have for GSA. Then we have lo-fi music player. Is it a team of 1 or is it a team of 1? So I'll count votes from this side going this side. So I'll start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Is there anyone I've missed? 40 votes. Give it up for lo-fi. Then we have Lima. Lima, please stand up. The first team that presented Lima. Lima. Team Lima. Thank you so much. Is there a team of, I thought it's a team of 4, right? Okay. Team of 4? Where are the rest? Okay, we'll count from this side going to this side. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 votes. Give it up for Team Lima. Where is my DJ? We have, I think we have some winners here. And you guys are fair, actually. I think you're fair. So let's tally the votes. Let's tally the votes. So I'd like us to repeat 2. No, not 2, but 3. There's a bit of a tie. So there's 3. So there's find your personal doctor, there is Gainy, and then there is She is Safe. Right? So how many of you are voting for She is Safe? I'll count from this side all the way. Yes, She is Safe by show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, can you decide if you are voting or not? Because if I'm past where I'm counting, then you are throwing me off balance. Have you decided you're voting? Everyone? So I'm counting from this side, going this side. Any votes? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29 votes. So this second round, then we have Gainy. Where is Gainy? 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 Where is Gainy? Please stand up so that people can see you. The guys who are converting the currency and guiding the Wageni. So we'll count from this side. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Then finally we have Find My Personal Doctor. Where is Find My Personal Doctor? Yes, please stand so that people can see you. Are you a team of 1 or your colleague is back? All right.
So the reason why I'm asking the participant to stand is because they're not allowed to vote for themselves. So I'll count from this side, going to this side. Are you ready to vote? Can I start counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes. Okay, and we have the winners now, right? So, can you give me some music, you know, something to create some tension a bit as Are you ready to give me something, you know? Okay, fair enough. So, second runners up, we have team She's Safe. Give it up for She's Safe. She's Safe. And then first runners up, team Lo-Fi. Give it up for that chief. You did a good job. Thank you so much. And then we have the winner, and the winner is Jabi AI. Good job. And apparently, for some reason, okay, thank you so much. Apparently, for some reason, yesterday and today the winners are just lone rangers. For some reason. Did you prepare in hand or you built today? You built it today, okay. But the winner of yesterday is not here, so I still keep his money. But if the summit is over, guess what? I'll be the winner. Yeah, without further ado, I would like to announce a few things about the summit from tomorrow. But are you guys enjoying or, yeah, you having a good time? How are the breakout sessions? They're good? Yeah, for me I miss most of them, but if they're good, I can believe that they're good. So please make sure that you give us feedback as we go on so that we improve this. This is our first summit and it's kinda good until right now. So tomorrow, I just wanted to show you a few things here. I don't know if I can enable my, yeah. So there are our social media awards. I don't know if you guys have been tweeting, sharing on LinkedIn, on Instagram. What else? Facebook. What else do you guys tweet and on Twitter? Oh no, not Twitter. What is it called? X. On X. What do they call it, Max? Is it X? X. On X. Are you Xing on X? Okay. Yeah. So, waiting for that feed. Yeah. Are we ready? As we wait for the screen to be shared, welcome Max. Give it up for Max. Max has been tweeting some nice photos. When someone posts on LinkedIn, what is that called?
Posting what?
On LinkedIn. They are posting. Okay. What about on Instagram? There? Feeding.
Technically.
Okay. And on X, you are Xing. And on Facebook? Booking. Facebooking. Oh, you're Facebooking.
Yes.
Okay.
It used to be poking.
Oh, it used to be poking.
Yeah.
Poking is something else, bro.
No.
Yeah.
You can tell.
That's how the folks used to get, attention from someone.
I do not have comments. So today, guys, actually really retweeted.
I'll stay here and see what people did.
Yeah, so we had 2 categories as usual. We had Instagram and Twitter. So I will start with Twitter. So now the thing about Twitter is there were people who found a way to actually get huge number of views within a short period of time and engagement. So the top 3 between 10 to 1 p.m. is just one person.
Just one person?
One person.
Okay.
And his engagement is high.
Who is this fella?
So
he's
he's
all the man. I need to know him.
Yes.
Jesus.
He's
is he around here?
Gek_Yam. Is he here?
Hey, that was Team what? Team Lima. Okay, you're up for that.
His engagement was really high. So between 10 to 1 p.m. it was Gek_Yam. So 500 bob, yeah. Between 1 to 2 p.m. it was Oginga 15.
The Oginga,
yes,
Odinga?
Oginga.
Yes. Oginga.
Yes.
Okay.
Then between that 2 to 3 p.m. release 2354.
Where are these guys? Are they here? You're Oginga. Oginga.
Ah, okay.
Oh, 2 of them. Why are you raising up your hand? Okay, thank you so much.
Between 3 to 5 p.m. it's actually one person again.
Okay.
J Junior 3 William. So JR 3 William. Is he here? Yes.
Oh, and give up for these guys. You guys are so mean. What's up?
Yes. Then between 5 to 6 p.m. Andrew Mwoki 2. Yes.
Oginga and Andrew Mwoki.
Yes.
Okay.
I know
give
the
up for
interesting
the guys.
An interesting thing. Best storyline is Oginga.
Oginga.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, like he kept him I think he had the most tweets.
Maybe something is telling him something.
Maybe.
He should be running for office or something.
His profile.
It's good?
Very
okay.
good. Yes.
Let's give up for Oginga.
So those are our social media winners for Twitter. Now for...
I'll give it up for Kibe.
Between 2 to 3 p.m. Dan Blessings. Between 3 to 4 p.m. Cynthia _Sulo. Between 4 to 5 p.m.
Give it up for these guys.
Between 4 to 5 p.m. _Ruguru. Then between 5 to 6 p.m. User 0101.
Who is that?
0101.
0101?
Yes.
Maybe they're trying to write 2022.
I'm very curious to hear that. But then the best storyline was Cynthia _. She actually did that.
Where is Cynthia? Oh, very nice. Give it up for Cynthia. I saw Cynthia with a social media group at some point. I don't know if this is rigged or something. Thank you so much, Cynthia, and the team who have been tweeting, sharing, Xing. Please see some K for your reward as announced. But as we close, there's something I wanted to share. I've not seen my screen. Is it correct? No. I've already connected.